policy recommendations for a greener internet. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Edmund Chung, who should be on Zoom with us. If he'll be allowed to share his screen.
Yep. I hope my voice is coming through fine.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. And as Jen mentioned, I'll be talking a little bit about our project this year on Eco Internet Index and some of the draft findings that we've done. For those of you who joined us at the APR IGF, the Asia Pacific IGF, I have given a preview of this, and we haven't quite completed the work at that time, but I'll be repeating a little bit of that, but also sharing some of the findings that we now have from this pilot study. So as a little bit of background, the study was we started working on this a couple of years ago with the concept alongside AP Foundation, and this year we've been very excited to have HBS support our work, funding our work in this, and actually congratulations to their parent organization in Germany. But the project is also supported. It's also related to a what we call the Agitora project, which is a tiger conservation and sustainable development project. I flip over quickly for you to take a look, which we started in 2016 when the SDGs were put in place. So this is an education program that we at Asia have been supporting to support tigers, but also to support the education of the SDGs to different schools and youth. So this project is a little bit related to connected to the AGI work that we do as well. So what got us started really was that there in the last couple of years there has been an increased interest and I guess partially concern as well with how much the carbon footprint really is from internet activities. There's much talk about how much streaming video, it's, you know, how many trees you're actually killing by watching videos online and so on. But also looking into really what effect of it is the part of the project, and we wanted to put some data, do some research on the data behind it and see how much of it and how much we can actually look into in terms of how data represents the actual carbon footprint of the internet. And actually, you know, we do know that the machines that we run, the devices that we run, obviously does use power, and that does have a carbon footprint. The question is what can be done, and what, you know, how do we look at what is actually happening. We're also excited to and privileged and honored to have a group of advisors that help us through the work from different parts of the community, and also in the energy and the environment communities, as well as, of course, from the internet governance community, especially Catherine, who is co-chair for the policy network for environment and digital. So just going right into it, one of the first things that we looked at in terms of our thinking and trying to think about how users use the internet, and what kind of data is produced, and what kind of therefore what kind of carbon footprint there would be. So we first looked into internet usage patterns, how many hours the people spent on music, spent on videos, spent on social media, and also looking at different activities, how they map into the kind of the more data intensive one would be video and so on, and how it relates to. So we also selected, as this is a pilot, we also selected a few countries and economies in Asia to focus on. Singapore and Hong Kong, which sort of forms a relevant comparison, and then Australia and Japan, another pair, and then India and China as a whole, 6 different jurisdictions to take a look at. And initially, we looked at the hours spent online and the acceleration or deceleration, if you will, in some cases, and what the trends are there. And then we started really mapping it together and did a bit of calculations. Here's an example calculation of the situation in Hong Kong, for example. If you take this data on the time spent on video, social media, music, gaming, and so on, you add them all up and you times it by the number of internet users, you get a rough idea of the energy consumption each day for using the internet users on of the internet in Hong Kong. Convert that into the carbon footprint, and what we did was a little bit comparison with the total carbon footprint of Hong Kong as reported by the government. And what we found is that it's actually a relatively small amount, which comes to, with based on these assumptions and calculations, to 0.4, a little bit close to 0.5%. So it's a very small percent of it. But beyond this, as we engage with the advisors and others to get some feedback, what we also realize a more important thing is that it's really not just about the internet's footprint, but also what it replaces, right? So all this, even if the internet's footprint is growing at a particular pace, what it replaces potentially is a bigger carbon footprint. Just look at the today we're using Zoom a lot, but also if you calculate the carbon footprint that if we all fly to Poland, not saying that's not valuable, but just on a carbon footprint view, then obviously what it replaces is potentially much larger. So the question is then falls into another area, which is when we come to think about it, it's really the power grid, the grid that's powering the internet, that becomes a critical component, because that's the carbon footprint, so-called, of the internet is all based on the electricity power that is generated for it. So we look at we started looking at the different situations, like different countries, who emits the most, who has the most carbon emission, and how do we look at the power grid and how it contributes to the matter. And so we looked at studying the power grid indicators, the kind of the what is called the grid emission factor, which is the carbon footprint per kilowatt of electricity generated, and how it differentiates between the jurisdictions that we're looking at, as mentioned. So then we realize that it's interesting. It's not only about the emission factor, but also about whether its component, whether it's using renewable source in electricity or not. And we realize that this is also an indicator and a component that's useful when we think about the issue. And then we looked based on some of the feedback that we got. We also realized that as we look at the internet bandwidth, it's not just about the usage bandwidth, it's also about the capacity. The unused bandwidth is also consuming power. In fact, what we've based on part of the study, we realized that the capacity itself is really the driver for if you look at the infrastructure itself, the capacity itself is really the bigger driver for power consumption rather than the incremental usage of your video stream. It's how much capacity that is built in to your network that is actually consuming the larger part of the power. So that's another part of the equation that we want to look into. And then, of course, as I mentioned, what you replace, right? So if the internet is actually replacing a bigger part of the more intensive carbon activities, such as watching a movie online versus driving your car to the cinema and watching it in the cinema, um, then we really need to look at what the digital economy, the contribution of the digital economy has on the overall GDP, if you will, or the economy. So these are some of the things that has we went through. And actually, speaking about the network, what we also realize, as I mentioned, if we understand that the capacity is the bigger power consumption, then the variances in internet traffic plays a role in a certain sense, right? Because if you have to cater for the peaks, that means during the throws, there's excess capacity. Are there possibilities to utilize that capacity without more intensive power consumption? That would actually allow us to better make the internet more efficient in terms of power consumption as well. So along with all of this, what we've realized, and in fact, my presentation in at the APR IGF ended sort of here as we embarked into trying to combine those indicators into a multi-factor index. So as mentioned, some of the things that we've realized is that it's not just the internet usage patterns, but that is of course a part of it. But the internet usage needs to be related to the digital economy transformation, like how much of the digital economy is now part of the bigger economy. The more it converts, then the assumption would be, in fact, even though the internet is I guess absolute carbon footprint is enlarging, but the overall contribution to the economy would probably be worth it. So that's one axis that we looked into. The other axis is the energy part, which is the grid emission factor and the renewable sources that I mentioned. And then the third axis is about the network capacity, the efficiency of the network, and how much of the variance. If it varies a lot, then there is potential excess capacity that can be leveraged. So these are all these three axes we try to model to potentially give some interesting ideas for policy intervention as well. So first of all, I guess going into each of the axes, what we found, looking at the six jurisdictions that we have, if you look at the percentage of trade of the digital economy versus the internet's carbon footprint as a total as a percentage of total carbon emission, this is sort of the situation you see. You see that in India, although it has a big carbon footprint, actually India has a big digital economy. A lot of the part of their economy is is digital, versus Hong Kong, where it's actually a very small part of Hong Kong's economy or trade is in the digital economy. So this gives you a better idea of how things are. And part of the data sources that we drew from for this set is from the UNCTAD, and also we are social, which gives us a little bit of the internet usage patterns as well. And now looking at the energy side, what you can see is that the renewable energy percentage, you can see, interestingly, Hong Kong and Singapore is relatively low, whereas the grid emission factor, they're not as bad. One of the reasons, well, the emission grid emission factor, the longer it is, the worse it is, because that contains more carbon per kilowatt hour. So one interesting thing that we also looked at is realizing that, for example, Singapore, whereas the renewable energy percentage is quite low, what they use is not hydro, sorry, natural gas, and that's not a renewable energy, but that you can see that the grid emission factor, that means the grid emission factor is a bit low as well. So there are some nuances in it that as we move on, we learn. And most of this the data comes from local authorities and World Bank data. Finally, the third aspect, which is efficiency, we looked at the bandwidth capacity and the bandwidth speed, and also the variance, and we try to calculate that based on the data from speed tests and cable.co.uk and ITU. So here's a little bit of the idea. One interesting observation is that you can see that in Hong Kong, quite strangely, we probably need to take a look at that data as well, is it has a huge capacity, whereas the internet connectivity speed is not not like not equally as stellar. So it's kind of interesting. And in terms of traffic variance, there is a similar situation and also similar patterns that we saw as well. So adding all this together, again, this is a very early pilot study, so the rankings and the scores, I wouldn't really say it's the 0.1 difference is a big issue, but more so, just as one of the things is this pilot study tries to do is to I understand everything in a kind of percentage form, so that we can actually compare China with Singapore and Hong Kong with India in a way that could make sense. Hopefully, make sense, so that we know, in terms of policy advocacy and stuff, what direction we want to push for. One interesting note is that based on the model that we tried to put together, Japan seems to be pretty strong on all three areas, and Hong Kong seems to be relatively weak on all three areas. And one of the things that we when we plot out the like a radio diagram, we see that there are some outliers. Different countries and jurisdictions would have some of the things that are they are doing better, some of the things that they're not doing as well. That hopefully gives some idea for where to work on as well. And some of the case, a few of the things that we are looking to do is to hopefully into the future expand to some other countries and economies, so that we can do a better comparison across Asia. I think going forward, we want to also look at some of the outliers, especially like in Hong Kong, some of the outliers that would give us more interesting insight into what the data might actually mean. Some sensitivity analysis as well, the way that we have kind of modeled it. And then time series, like the trend doing it a few years, doing it year in, year out, and seeing how things change over time, I think is going to be rather interesting as well. So this really bring me to the end of the presentation. I hope this gives a good idea of what we're doing and some of the insights and also some of the way forward we hope to continue to work on. But part of the work is also to look at the narratives of how to talk about this to the public and to policy people as well. One of the things that I think we distill it really down to three areas. One is to for users to become more carbon conscious, to know that the internet does have an environmental impact and decisions do make a difference. But the bigger question is really the grid that powers your internet, and also whether there could be policy directives to encourage cleaner energy for the network infrastructure. And then finally, the digital economy advantage, what the internet replaces, in terms of more carbon intensive alternatives. And then consider also how guidelines can perhaps better utilize network capacities. As I mentioned, the variance of network activities gives us an opportunity to better utilize the network, and therefore really boils down to being able to do more and waste less. That's sort of the preliminary findings for this year's pilot. Hopefully that's useful, and thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. That was a really interesting overview of the research and I guess the preliminary presentation of the Eco Internet Index. I just wanted to hear a little bit from you. I know you mentioned a few outliers, especially in Hong Kong. Were there any like data sets or data, I guess, dimensions that you wished to have looked at and it was very difficult to find? I know that for all of these economies and jurisdictions you looked at, it might not have been so easy to actually find all the relevant data. Do you think there's anything missing that we can look at in the further part of the study?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, one of the things is I'll scroll back up, and this is the variances in terms of the traffic patterns. We had hoped to have the raw data, for example, for to calculate the variances. Eventually, we have to, on some of the occasions, we have to rely on these graphs and the maximum and mean to estimate kind of as an estimate for the variance. The only, well, there are a few internet exchanges that we can get the raw data from, and those would provide us with much better data. But this is something that I think we can improve. The other thing is what I've actually found very interesting is that the renewable energy that I highlighted as well, and the nuances there in terms of the data from consistent data across different jurisdictions on the composition of the energy and the power grid and how its electricity is produced. I think that would enhance our understanding. And then, of course, the bandwidth part. I think some of the bandwidth usage data we take from ITU is not, it's a bit strange, as I mentioned for the Hong Kong one. I'm sure it's. I'm guessing it's well. We assume that it's correct, and I asked around as well. There is a tremendous capacity in Hong Kong, and that we know versus other places, but over time how it's the usage is for, I think would be useful to get a sense, better sense as well. But overall, though, I think what we are trying to do is based on limited data, we can apply some consistent data to do some comparative study. Then we know what policy directives might be useful for different jurisdictions.
Thank you, Edmund. We actually, I know you can't really see in the Zoom room, but we do have a pretty full room on site in Katowice. And it's really thank you for all of you joining us here, because we know the last day on the IGF first session on the last day is always it's a tough sell to anyone, but I'm very glad that we do have a full room. I know we will have questions later from the audience to ask you about these studies. And I want to now turn over to Daphne Ma, and she is joining us, I believe, on Zoom and also from Hong Kong. Daphne, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm Daphne. I'm the director of the Asian Energy Studies Center based in Hong Kong from the Hong Kong Baptist University. Thanks the organizer and admins team for inviting us to join this forum. And I think what I would like to share with the participants in this forum is that I wish to bring in the social perspective of the whole discussion. Now, let me share my screen. Okay. So can everyone see my screen?
We can see your screen. Is it possible to? Yes, perfect.
Okay, good. Right. So the social perspectives that I would like to focus on today is about data trust. So the whole topic of this section is about the digital technology and climate change. I think admin set a very good scenes for my presentation, because admin kind of identified that internet users, they are important because they drive electricity consumption changes, and that's why now we can identify that the power sector is a key area that we can do something. So as admin mentioned, that the policy solutions and what the future directions should pursue. I think the admin team's findings were very useful in that sense. Now, I think it is extremely important for admin's team to identify the new and important or emerging patterns of power consumptions, which have been driven by internet users, especially what are the changes in those patterns during the pandemic. So we are facing very rapid changes, unforeseeable changes. So it is very important for this kind of study to take a very good stock of these changes. These are important because the government and business sector and civil society, we can better or more effectively identify actionable solutions. Our team at the Asian Energy Studies Center, we focus on the smart energy transitions, which are enabled by the smart grid developments. In other words, it's about basically it's about digitalization of the power sector, and that kind of smart energy transitions enabled by smart grid developments, we see that it is a very promising solutions to climate change. Basically, smart grid is the integrating ICT, information and communication technology, into conventional energy system. And that is very important because it opened up two main approaches for possible changes. I'll see it in that way. On the one hand, we can have new demand side management, especially demand response. For those of you, maybe you already have the smart sensors installed at your home, and then you can use your app to monitor the real-time electricity consumption. And then with dynamic pricing, you can kind of reschedule the time of your electricity consumption from peak time to off-peak time. Now, on the other hand, for the supply side, we see that apart from digitalization of the power sector, another main driving changes is about decentralization of the conventional centralized energy system with increasing use of renewable energy, such as these kind of rooftop solar panels that you can see in many urban cities, including in Hong Kong. Okay. Now, with all these possible changes with smart grid, what we would like to emphasize is that data trust is essential to effective realization of such smart changes. And that is not easy because we see that trust is a very difficult issue to deal with. Trust basically is something very psychological that is a feeling, is a psychological state that I feel okay to accept that I'm vulnerable. And then in terms of data trust, we see that these are a range of dimensions of data that matters a lot. We care about what data is being held, how and where it is secured, and who can access to it, and how long it will be kept, and why it is necessary to collect this data and keep it. Now, for smart grid development, that it is very it's not easy. It's because we see that smart development create a special kind of trust requirement because such energy transitions involve a lot of uncertainties and risks. If you remember, at the very beginning of my presentation, I mentioned that demand-side management is good, is a possible future solutions. But think about the privacy issues related to smart meters. These are very real issues that governments have to deal with because it can be a huge source of public controversies. On the other hand, for renewable energy development, of course, we know that it's very promising. But in terms of collecting data and how to consolidate data from which are now in hands of different parties, then it is a huge challenge. Now, public trust is important. If we cannot build trust in data, then we see that very often policies that are intended to support, say, for example, demand-side management or dynamic pricing or even renewable energy. In many cases, that could cause public controversies, and that means that there will be a delay in policy implementation. Now, our research team, over these years, we have worked on a number of projects relating to trust. The trust perspective of energy transition. And I would like to share a couple of key findings for the interest of time today. The first finding that I would like to share with the participants is that that people, the public, they concerned about trust in for many reasons. With smart meter installation, some people, they are concerned about the health issues. They also complain that there are inaccuracies of smart meters readings, and then they are charged too much from by the power companies. And some people, of course, they are very concerned about privacy issues and as well as inequity issues that vulnerable groups who are not so competent to use smart meters or those apps, then they are put into a disadvantaged position with all these market changes. The second key findings that from our research I wish to share with you is that about who to trust. We find that, for example, from this survey in Hong Kong that we conducted last year with about 170 Hong Kong people, we found that the trust level of all governments, as you can see from the Chinese government, Guangdong government, and Hong Kong government. You see that the red bars indicate the level, the scale of the distrust. And then on the other hand, the business sector, as you can see from the first set of those bars, that for the major utility in Hong Kong, the green bars, they are really dominating. So we see that Hong Kong people, they did have greater trust on the power sector in Hong Kong. This is another set of data that we got from another study. Another telephone survey that we just completed a couple of months earlier this year, that we find that there are, as you can see from the diagram on the left-hand side, we asked people, would you welcome if the government collects your personal data? And you see the red bars are quite visible here. So you see that the distrust on government actually is quite discernible here. But on the other hand, if we see that that is one interesting findings or observation that I'd like to share as well, is that there is what we call divided trust across different generations in Hong Kong. As you can see, the young people in Hong Kong, they tend to be more skeptical to the government. But for those in middle age or in the more in the elderly group, they found the government a little bit more trustworthy. Okay. Now, another key question is that if the government did not have a high level of trust from Hong Kong people, so how about the private sectors? I think that is a good news for the private sector, because from our study, we find that the companies in general, they get a higher level of trust from the Hong Kong people. But across the business sector, we can differentiate the types of companies. And we find that the foreign-funded companies, as you can see on the left-hand side, the diagram on the left-hand side, they enjoyed the highest level of trust from Hong Kong people. But the Chinese-funded companies, they were less trustworthy companies group in Hong Kong. For locally funded companies, and it seems that they're like in the middle. Okay, so the final remark that I would like to share is that we see that there is a very important area for future research direction, that is how to build data trust, and particular bearing in mind that trust by Hong Kong citizens on different groups, the trust levels actually are very different. We have different trust level on government and on the corporates and on NGOs. So I think the key is that how we can build data trust through multi-sector collaborations. Okay, so I think that is all that I would like to share for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daphne. That was extremely enlightening. I think it's really interesting that you were presenting your data, that this survey was conducted in 2020, so last year, where everybody was pretty much confined in their homes. And
Right.
Also, of course, with the consideration of the, I guess, the political and social pressures and differences that happened in Hong Kong, I guess, in recent years. So that also could have led to, I guess, the results and the findings of the survey. I think it's really important that you brought the connection of trust of data here, because in in the initial presentation from Edmund, he mentioned that this whole effort really requires multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral, public and private efforts. And especially when you're looking at the energy grid, that is very much in the domain of governments. And if the government offers a solution that is not trusted by their citizens, this is not going to actually benefit anybody at all. So thank you, Daphne, for pointing that out. I'm sure we'll also have a lot of questions for you for that. And I think it's really interesting to see the snapshot here about Hong Kong. And now we turn to our presenter in the room, Teddy Woodhouse. I think he's going to bring us he's going to touch on Asia and also bring us across the world to different states, different countries, and give us a little bit of an overview about the findings of the broadband. Is it the broadband policy? So, Teddy, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jen. Hi everyone. So I'm Teddy Woodhouse at the Alliance for Affordable Internet. Take this off to be a bit more clear. As my slides are coming up, the kind of from our perspective as an organization, we focus on the idea that we want everyone in the world to have universal and meaningful access to affordable internet. So no matter where they are or what their income is, we want them to be able to use the benefits of digital technology, as all of us are here, either if we're in Katowice right now or connecting in on Zoom. And so where I think Edmund and Daphne's presentations have been great about thinking about these possibilities and the future of what this area is going to look like, we wanted to focus quite clearly on, how are we doing right now in terms of thinking about these issues, and how are governments thinking about these issues? So we started with kind of considering this question from the perspective of how are governments talking about this collaboration between environmental issues and broadband policy? So what this first slide here is it's a map of the 70 countries where we took their national broadband plan, which is kind of the highest level key document of how a government is, theoretically at least, understanding ICT issues and internet issues. And so we looked at these governments to see how are they talking about it, and how are they not talking about it. And so in some ways, hopefully it's going to come, there it is. Yeah, it's like lagging through, but we saw environmental themes weren't very prominent, but where they are emerging, they're limiting factors or these future possibilities of, utopian visions of smart everything and how this is going to work out as a great future. But we saw that energy in particular was the current kind of critical point of what we need to focus on. And so in a lot of ways, this was quite enlightening for us to think about where are going to be some early touchstones for policymakers on these areas. It's how does energy and the internet relate to each other? But one point of interest that I found quite amusing and unexpected as we were going through this research was also that environmental vocabulary is quite common throughout all of these documents. And it's probably also here in the session descriptions that you've been seeing here. It's sustainable business models, it's the investment climate, it's the regulatory environment. All of these are green words that we've co-adopted into meaning things completely unrelated to their environment and to the actual natural world. And so I think, hopefully, it'll be easiest for us to keep using this language in a way that we already are, but bring it back to their original intention as well. And so there's a few examples, and you can read more in the report as well. But I think there's some really interesting areas, particularly around Senegal, for example. I'll pull out as an example of expanding the regulator's authority to require infrastructure sharing is a great example of how governments can reduce what's going to be the carbon footprint of new build out in new areas as we're reaching universal access. If you build fewer towers, it's going to require less energy to run those towers, therefore creating a kind of a more efficient network overall. And so that was the area that we focused on, is if we want to think about a world where everyone has access to 4G technology, and we focused in our research on sustainable access earlier this year on Africa, where from a regional perspective is where the situation is most urgent and where the greatest work is needed. You can see the bending of the arc, of the gray arc at the top there is, if we do nothing, it's going to keep increasing. Energy demand is going to keep rising, carbon emissions are going to keep rising. But things that we can tweak now, and if we tweak them earlier rather than later, we're going to have a better trajectory, are things like if we increase infrastructure sharing, so it's building those fewer towers I mentioned, if we increase the use of off-grid renewables, so if we use solar panels or hydropower to power this infrastructure, we see, again, good benefits. But the one that was actually surprisingly strong was if we simply connect a lot of these remote towers to the electricity grid. And this is a huge problem because a lot of the areas that are currently underconnected or unconnected are rural and remote. They don't have access to an electricity grid. And so in a lot of ways, these new towers have to be diesel generated. And so where policymakers are thinking about this, and Daphne's presentation was bringing this point in quite clearly of, this is a government decision where the electricity grid is going to be in a lot of ways. That complementarity is going to be a huge factor in what is going to be the ultimate kind of carbon footprint of the network that we're building here. But one point of optimism that we saw in our modeling was that as more people are coming online, we see this kind of new efficiency that emerges of, if you think about what is the cost of the infrastructure from a per user perspective, it's actually looking somewhat optimistic in the sense that as we bring more people online, that per user cost is going to come down. And so that's also going to be a crucial thing, and why we now kind of consider these softer issues of digital skills and training people how to use the internet actually has an environmental impact, because bringing those more people on, they're going to have greater benefit, and there's a greater social justification for why this infrastructure should exist in the first place. Because in a lot of ways, the infrastructure does already exist, but it's used quite inequitably. So it's quite used heavily in some parts of the world and not accessible at all. This is a slide meant more for reading than for going through right now, so I'll skip it for now, but please do read into the report. This is some of the example policies that we've recommended to policymakers of ways of kind of thinking about these issues as initial starting points. But one particular area of interest for us, and I wanted to just highlight some works from a friend, Michael Ogia, who wrote a report on filling the gap between energy and internet access. It's this idea of where can we start thinking about these complements, and universal service and access funds, we think are quite a valuable starting point in terms of the areas where these institutions are focused on, rural and remote areas, are exactly where these problems of a lack of electricity and a lack of internet access are running in complement to each other. And so that let me keep my remarks quite brief here as well, so we can have a little bit of discussion. I will apologize in advance. I'll have to leave slightly early because I'm being booked into another session. But I think in terms of what's next and what's on our horizon, it's this idea that those who are affected by climate inequality, who are most vulnerable to climate change as it is right now, and those who are most vulnerable from digital inequality are fighting against the same injustice. And so it's really difficult and really problematic for us to think about those who are facing this injustice can choose one or the other. You can have a clean environment or you can use the internet, but you can't use both. Because that is simply unfair, and that's not the future I want to live in. Hopefully it is not the future that we want to live in. So hopefully we can take action now and see a better future in the years ahead. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Teddy. Yes, we are conscious also of being double booked everywhere. I know you called out the the research I think article that Michael also wrote, and he was quite active in the Zoom chat, saying he would wish that he was here to talk about this because it's part of his work as well. But he is moderating another session. I think this is something that we, still we're not able to do. We can't split ourselves physically, or we can do it. We're here and online as well, but we're not quite there yet with technology. So in the interest of time for you as well, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about what it is that you think that we should do right now to actually tell the policymakers, hey, you need to pay attention to this. How can we work towards a greener internet? How can we work towards greener policy across the board?
Yeah, so what I would say is policymakers have a decision to make right now, and that is they can either act now or they can wish that they acted now 5 years in the future. Because the most cost-effective way to greening the internet is doing it earlier rather than later. And so when we've been doing estimates with the ITU on what it's going to cost the world to, provide universal 4G access, it's 428 billion for kind of the next 10 years as a horizon. If we include in that factor the idea of making the internet greener, it's going to be easier. We're going to have better results if we do it earlier rather than later and try to kind of undo the damage that we're doing along the way. And so that's the crucial point I would make is if you start early, you're going to have better results and it's going to be more efficient for everyone.
Thanks, Teddy. And I know you promised us 7 more minutes. So I want to see if there's anybody in the audience who has something specific to ask for Teddy before he has to run off to another session. Yes, if you can identify your name and maybe your affiliation.
Hello, I am Nagendra Lamsal, Deputy Attorney from Office of the Attorney General Nepal of Government of Nepal. And basically, I see that electricity grid from renewable sources of energy, just like wind power, biomass powers, and solar powers, and green hydropower powers are basic factors to decrease this impact of climate change and make an eco-friendly environment. So, as in the conference of party of in UN Climate Change Summit also, this agenda we should focus to make this agenda digitalization of climate change and environment as a major agenda in 2022 summit also, so that it can be, because every nation's government delegates are participating there. This is the wider summit than IGF 2021. I think that to make an international agenda for clean digitalization, clean environment, and to reduce the impact of climate change. Because as a vulnerability groups, as I am from the LDC countries, there are 46 LDC countries in the world. Green emissions coming from the developing countries and developed countries affecting to the whole world. There is a various agreement. Developed countries and developing countries are making that they will decrease the carbon emissions also. So now it's time to change using the digitalization by making the green efforts, by making the green eco-friendly environment, eco-friendly industries, eco-friendly working places, eco-friendly services, eco-friendly data centers, and eco-friendly activities to reduce the carbon emissions and make a future generations effective eco-friendly environment. As I suggest that we should make a clear agendas from this IGF summit for agenda for climate change summit for next year, 2022, to make a wider discussions among the stakeholders from policymakers, developers, planners, and for various government agencies are participating in that summit. So we can make a concrete idea from here. Basically, I think that every countries are, they are known that the climate change impacts not only the one countries. If one country will bring various impacts of climate change, it will affect the whole population of the world. So they are very much aware about this. So every country are making the policy and laws relating to it. As for my, as a part of the Nepal, there is also climate change policies. There is also the environment laws, which are focusing on the reducing the climate change activities. As a Nepal, you know, our Himalayan part, there is a melting of the glacier. It makes so much difference and it impacts so much to all over the world also. So our government is so much responsible and aware about to reduce how to the climate change, and it is in every forum, in every climate change summit, the main agenda of Nepal is how to decrease the impact of climate change, impact of the industrialization, impact of the other power resources which are generating the climate change effects, to reduce it. So I want to make a conclude that we should make a concrete decisions, and we make awareness to the policymakers, planners, developers, and other stakeholders, NGOs, the community-based organizations, that we should focus on the digitalizations by making the eco-friendly environment, using the renewable sources of energies. We should support other sources of energy as a optional part only. So we should focus on them because renewables, because main part is electricity, and it is the main source for all activities. Either it's for industrialization, either it's for working services, either it is for to use the digitalization products. So we should focus on the use of renewable sources of energy and use that sources which can reduce the carbon emissions and make a concrete ideas and make a concrete policy from the Climate Change Action Summit of which is organized by the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, so that we may make relevant ideas and relevant issues we can create here, so that it should be the more efficient for discussions on the UN Climate Change Summit, so that the policy changers, planners, developers can make variant ideas, make variant innovations to reduce the climate change, increasing the solar, using the renewable sources of energy, and promoting the digitalization of eco-friendly environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Teddy, do you have a response to this
Yeah, I'll try to keep brief because I can also see Edmund's hand raised on the Zoom screen. I think it's you raise a really critical point of um, how intertwined these issues are and how underappreciated how close these issues are. Because the countries that are currently benefiting from the status quo have both, and there are so many people, too many people, who do not have access to either. And so I actually have to compliment the Digital Nepal framework was actually one of the strongest performers of all of the 70 countries that we studied in terms of the number of times they were mentioning the keywords and these themes. And precisely it was because of this recognition of this complementarity that it was so strong performing. And so what we can do, I like a practical note, one of the areas of positive practice is in Pakistan and India, where the Universal Service Fund has operated to say, we're going to partner with a mobile network operator to build into a new rural or remote area. They've put in a requirement that the new towers that they build are solar powered rather than diesel powered. And so that has that crucial point of using the procurement power of government to kind of nudge things in the right direction away from fossil fuels and towards renewables in a way that I think that the accumulation of those small nudges in the right way, hopefully will have an impact for all of us.
Thank you, Teddy, for that. I think we all do well to remember accumulation of small nudges. I am conscious that you do need to run to another session, so thank you so much for being here in our session and also answering the question from Nepal. And the conversation does not stop here with Teddy, and we'll make sure that if you have more questions for him, his organization, and on all the research and findings, we'll be able to get you in contact with him so you can continue to ask. And now I also want to acknowledge, of course, our lovely Zoom room. This is a hybrid IGF after all. I think Michael Ogia, who is really a superstar multitasker, since he is also moderating another session and also participating in our chat, he had a response for you. Delegate from Nepal, I am sorry. And he mentioned that there is the policy network on environment that is one of the... Oh, hello. There is somebody not muted in the Zoom room. If we can just mute. Thank you very much. And he mentioned that it's a policy network on environment, which is one of the 2 policy networks that has been new this year to this IGF. So it's very interesting to see all the different dimensions that they also consider and the outputs and papers that they have put out as well. So I'm sure Michael will be able to drop that in the chat, but if not, I'll be able to find that for you. And this would be, of course, extremely interesting to all the participants here. So I'd like to also turn to Edmund. Oh, your hand is down, Edmund. Did you want to respond to
I was hoping to catch Teddy before he leaves, but seeing that he's going to go, that, or I don't know if you have 1 minute left.
Go for it.
Just want to, yeah. I note that in your presentation you mentioned that the interesting observation about having the more users on the network, the lower per user carbon emission, and also you didn't go into the policy recommendations, but I was reading that sharing of the infrastructure is important, and that really reverberates well with part of our finding about the better utilization and efficiency of use of the network itself is actually an important part of the direction. Just was hoping if you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on those couple of points.
Yeah, sure. I quickly to add in on there, I think you're spot on. It's quite an important issue, and I think it runs in surprisingly multifaceted ways. The more you think about it, the more layers that you get into it. So thinking about it almost from that very technical perspective of, it's not just necessarily telling mobile network operators, play well, play nice with each other, share towers. It's things like internet exchange points and having open infrastructure that is commonly used to operate this network that is going to have that positive impact for users as well. Because also having kind of more local content hopefully will lead to more relevant content that will create demand that's going to bring more people online. So you can hopefully have a harmonious feedback loop there as well that's aiding this process of both responding to that idea of ways that we bring people online in a way that's relevant to them and justifying the expense of this infrastructure, but also building good infrastructure that is going to be open and environmentally friendly, or more environmentally friendly than the worst case scenario, which is kind of closed walls and kind of privatized everywhere you go.
Thank you, Teddy. And I think now we really do have to let you run. And I think, yes, I hope it's not too far from here. The venue is actually quite large. I'd like to open the floor now to any questions from our audience, either in the room or on Zoom, for anything that they wanted to ask more about to our presenters, Daphne and Edmund. I think it was quite interesting to see, I guess, a pilot part, and any input or queries you might have would be extremely welcome. Anybody? Do we have anybody online that would like to ask a question, or in the room?
Hi, I'll just have a quick question, and I'm Sonia George. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Affordable Internet. I actually have a question for Edmund. I was actually curious to find out a bit more about your research, and to what extent you are thinking of potentially using these as not just a framework for Asia and to expand within Asia, but maybe be a framework that we can use elsewhere in the world. I think there's such a lack of good research in this area. That's why we've also, and Daddy has been leading that work, doing a lot. But I think there's a lot that needs to be done. And so I'm just curious, how do you think it's possible, especially given the data limitations and the issues that you raised that were totally so important. And of course, we at A4AI would love to also consider that. So just putting it out there, if you can give a quick answer, and then maybe we can follow up. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think we focused on Asia because .Asia is a little bit more focused on Asia, but the framework, we hope that it could be used elsewhere. In fact, we hope to, we're trying to throw this out as a starting point, and hopefully other regions and other area organizations from other regions would be interested to pick it up and even improve on it. The data availability is something that we have been thinking through, especially to try to find consistent data, because it's only useful as comparative a study if the data is somewhat consistent, right? And so some of the data set, as I mentioned, is from ITU, from World Bank, and from UNCTAD, and so on, and they represent global data. So definitely, I think at least our starting point is to have the concept and the framework being able to be used in other places as well. And we try to use internet exchange data as well, and those would be a little bit more localized. But this is an area where we find quite a bit of consistency as well. The type of data that internet exchanges keep and share is actually quite consistent across the board, across the globe. So yes, I think we do have a global scope in mind, but for .Asia, we started with Asia and also focused in Asia, and we're hoping that in fact we could collaborate with others to bring it to other parts of the world. But I wanted to also bring up that I'm just here to do the presentation. The bigger part of the research is actually Christine Orr, who's also online with us here from .Asia. She has been leading the research, so I wonder if she wants to add something about some of the background research as well.
Thanks, Edmund. This is Christine. Hi, everyone. So, as mentioned by Edmund just now, and also I've attended the PNE session yesterday. I think when we were doing the research, it was a little bit difficult when we were trying to find consistent data. So as mentioned in the PNE session yesterday, I think data transparency and the standardization of how data is collected is also very important for our research and for us to look at the issue like more in a more accurate way. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Sonia, and also for answering Edmund and Christine. I think bringing that point up, I guess both in terms of like looking at this just as a pilot study from Asia and seeing if there's synergies and collaborative efforts to look at other regions as well. I know A4AI have looked at more global kind of case studies from around the different regions, and I think it would be a really good opportunity for us to see if there's. I mean, I'm sure there is. I can see very clear synergies that we can definitely cooperate, and I want to also acknowledge in the chat we have a participant called Mark Urban, and he's been also asking about synergies as well, and he's brought in asking about whether or not there is a similar kind of pilot program or interest in starting something like that in Latin America. So I also want to acknowledge people in the Zoom. If you have any questions, feel free to use the raise hand button, which I always have a problem looking for. I think it's in the reactions part. So if you have any questions for Edmund, Daphne, or just generally want to throw a question to the room for us to think about, please do go ahead and do that. Oop. And as I'm saying that, I see a question pop up immediately in the Zoom room. I think this is from Theo. Theo, would you like me to read this, or would you like to go ahead and take the mic? If you're not able to take the mic, I'll be happy to read it. Okay, so the question from Theo, I believe she's from Myanmar. She says that she's curious that what kinds of further studies do Asia have a plan regarding developing countries in Asia? I don't know if Edmund, if you have any response to that?
Yeah, thank you, Theo, and thank you for connecting from Myanmar as well. As we were going through the initial study, I guess we looked at kind of trying to select some jurisdictions to look at, and this relates back to the earlier question about availability of data, and the reason why we chose these few ones for I guess the first pilot study is that we were able to identify readily consistent data across, and the challenge for developing countries is sometimes is a lack of that consistent data. However, the idea is that we as we were going along, we were trying to identify data sets that were really that we could actually model create a model that allows us to create an indicator. So whereas of course data is always better and provides a better more accurate kind of picture. However, what we are looking at is to create a framework that can actually be brought to now with the pilot, I think it could be brought to developing countries, and utilizing a few data points that actually what we've seen is reported to the World Bank data or the ITU data as well, and utilizing that as a approximate indicator for what we want to think about, because the idea is not to it's not that we would in fact it's arguable how you determine the carbon footprint of the internet, but what we want to do is create a model that gives us an idea whether things are going in the right direction. I guess that's really what Teddy also mentioned, and And that in some ways relates to what Daphne mentioned. I think it's very useful. We can produce data, we can draw data, but how would people trust what is being presented and actually act on it? That's going to be a key aspect. But I guess back to directly on your question, Theo, I definitely I think we definitely have we definitely hope to plan to include developing countries in the study, and hopefully in the real study, as I mentioned, one of the way for the direction is to include expand to many other jurisdictions across Asia, so that we can do a more proper sort of comparison between the different countries and economies, and how the direction is over time.
Thank you, Edmund. Theo, I hope that answers part of your question. I think there's definite opportunities to look into the next iteration of the EII. I think probably both Nepal and Myanmar could be economies and jurisdictions that we could look into, completing this analysis if we get the data, and we're going to try to do that, I guess, for the rest of the Asia region, as well as expand to collaborate with other organizations in other regions as well. I want to turn to a question that I guess, coming back to the basics, I know, Daphne, you were mentioning trust and how important it is for us to trust in the data. And I want to hear a little bit from you. How can we increase the awareness and proactiveness amongst policymakers, I guess, in Hong Kong for your case? How do we urge them to prioritize climate change? How do we urge them to set the goals to achieve sustainability?
I think right now, the Hong Kong government has already set a carbon neutral goal by 2050, which is quite in line with the global trends. So I think the key actually is not to set an even more ambitious goal. Of course, more ambitious is always better. As Edmund mentioned, more data is always better. But I think the key for Hong Kong is that how we can really deliver that promise. And then we see that there are, of course, many possible approaches, like developing more renewable energy, as many just now participants mentioned, but how to really drive the majority of people in Hong Kong to support those new policy directions is the key. And so I think digitalization, data are all very critical building blocks for us to build the consensus in Hong Kong, so that we can support or push the government to really deliver drastic or ambitious policies. Say, even though like in Hong Kong, for us to introduce dynamic pricing to differentiate electricity price is the top number one most challenging task for the Hong Kong government. So my point is that how to build the consensus, especially in the phase that we are digitalized. We're going for a smart society, and then smart city and smart grids. And then I think my sense is that we are not yet fully aware of these challenges ahead. And then we are kind of building up the understanding. And I think another point I would like to add is that just now we talk about quite a lot on data. We need data badly, but there are huge limitations for us to get good data, to consolidate data. So my sense is that relying on the government data set would be presenting huge limitations for the years ahead. So we probably need to be much more proactive to develop more like bottom-up approaches for us to build the data. Say, for example, I think just now we touched upon a very important issue that how we can extend admin team's studies to elsewhere, like other developing countries. So I think maybe one of the first points is that we can maybe identify good corporate partners in different developing countries. They are big internet users, so that we can gradually build up data sets which would be more readily available. So these are just some comments that I would like to share.
Thank you, Daphne. I cannot stress enough the importance of data, good data, as Daphne said, and also, I guess, the transparency of this data. If we cannot trust the data sets that we use to do this study on, then it's difficult to be able to see, accurate results coming out of a calculation from these data sets. That's absolutely very crucial here. I'm wondering if there's any audience members either in the room or in Zoom who do have any more questions for our panelists. I'm going to give it a few seconds for reaction. You can still react as I'm speaking. If not, then I guess we can probably just do a quick wrap up. I guess, Daphne, since I asked you the question already, I think you probably have highlighted the points. But are there any, like, one last or two last key takeaways you want us to really focus on? This is, what we really want the participants to take away from this. So I'll go to Daphne first, and then I'll go to Edmund.
I think that just want to share my take-home message for myself is the word make things shareable, because I think we talk about the internet users. We have different wide range of internet users, including those in the less developed countries, and we're talking about how to open up or shared internet infrastructure. And then in terms of energy sector, we need to share the power grid, making it more accessible for renewable energy. And for data sets, we need to build shareable data platforms. So I think for me, this is the take-home word for me.
Thanks, Daphne. And Edmund, final words to you. What are the key takeaways you want us to focus on? And floor is yours.
Yep, thank you. And I cannot agree with Daphne more. In fact, I was quite surprised coming out of this session to find that it's there. As Teddy mentioned, there are so many levels of sharing that's important. And I when we did the study, we felt that a better sharing of the network capacity would actually help. And now we found out that with the session, what Teddy and also Daphne presented, realized how important it is for different levels of sharing as well. And I think as the internet community, I think that's what we do best, right? I mean, that's what the internet is built on, a shared kind of trust. And I think this is something that's useful. And in terms of takeaway, I think for us, it's realizing the not only the sharing, but also that it's not so much sometimes about this whole kind of clickbait advocacy about the internet is occupying a huge carbon footprint. It is occupying an increasing carbon footprint, and it is important to look at the power that powers the internet. But it's also about what it replaces and what we can do with the internet to advocate for the power grid and the grid emission factors and improvement in that. And that's really what I think our key finding is from at least from this pilot study. And hopefully, as we expand, we can find more insights as well. And just before I close, I invite, for those of you who would be willing or interested to follow our work, you can check in on ecointernet.asia. It's a coming soon site right now, but it connects to the Ajitora initiative that we have been running since 2016. So please, you can check out ecointernet.asia to connect and also follow our work.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you for also the link to the site, ecointernet.asia. We'll hope to also get, of course, with permission, the studies, the presentations from all the speakers today. I think Teddy had a really interesting slide that I also need to read a little closely on, especially to do with policy recommendations. I think a lot of this is really food for us. There's a lot of opportunities for us to work together. I mean, this is, after all, why we're here at the Internet Governance Forum. Our Nepal delegate who has left the room has mentioned, there's a lot of work being done elsewhere in bigger forums and bigger meetings than right here at the IGF, but it is crucial that we talk about climate change here. It is very crucial that we talk about sustainability here because the internet touches every single part of our lives. And it's very interesting. I want to actually bring up one more time is when Teddy mentioned there is this social justification of this. When we're looking at developing countries, when we're looking at the least developing countries, oftentimes think there's a choice between, okay, is it a better internet or better opportunities, or are we going to try to save the environment? And it's never that choice. It's always how to find the balance to move forward in the most optimized way. But that also requires cooperation from everyone, from all the stakeholders, from all the sectors, public and private as well. The conversation does not stop here. As in the chat, and I've also, pulled up, there is a lot of work being done, even just here in the IGF ecosystem. There's the policy network on environment. We have our, .asia has the EII, and of course, A4AI has their studies, looking at affordable accessibility as well. So I welcome everybody who wants to be part of this conversation to help us to identify more areas we can look at, to identify more countries we can take a look at, and to actually help us to work together, because it's not only just trying to advocate for to ask the governments to look into greener energy grids. It is also actions that we can take ourselves and our personal responsibilities too. So conversation doesn't end here, and we welcome, of course, you to join us online. Join us online to further these efforts. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm wishing you all the rest of a really good Internet Governance Forum here in Poland and also online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next time you have opportunity to be in the vicinity there, go to Krakow.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So I think it's a time to start.
Okay, 周姐。
Okay. Thanks for the opening video for our workshop. Okay, I think it's the time to start our workshop. Dear speakers and participants, welcome to our workshop, Big Data for Environmental Sustainability, and which is organized by the China Association of Science and Technology Committee on Communication and Telecom. So very pleased to have all of you here. My name is Zhu Xiang. I'm from the Aerospace Information Research Institute, Chinese Academy of Science, also expert with CAS. So Dr. Kramer Host will chair today's workshop together with me as moderator. So I think we have 6 speakers and open discussion followed by the presentation. Firstly, please let me briefly introduce our workshop. As we know, human, social, and economic activity have greatly affected the Earth system. Environmental pollution and the massive consumption of energy and water resource have posed significant impact on the vulnerability of the Earth's environment. So many countries and cities around the world are now facing increasingly severe ecological and environmental problems. Utilizing new technology and methods to investigate the change and the interaction of the Earth system to seek effective measures to solve environmental problems in order to achieve sustainable development has become a key issue that needs to be resolved. So I think it's also a common interest for all the stakeholders. So this workshop will focus on the potential of big data and artificial intelligence to provide effective solutions to address environmental problems. As we know, emerging technologies such as big data and AI can provide strong support for tackling existing environmental issues. And with further integration and open sharing of data, the benefit of big data on environmental sustainability will be maximized. We will also discuss the challenges of the open sharing of environmental data, as well as policy framework and cooperation mechanism for environmental data sharing among the different stakeholders and different regions. So I think this is a brief introduction about our workshop. Actually, we have 6 invited speakers from the different ranges. So at the beginning, I would like to invite the Professor Gong Ke, President of WFEO, World Federation of Engineering Organization, and also he is chair of the Consultative Committee on the UN Information Technology, CCIT, Chinese Association of Science Technology, to give us opening remark.
Thank you
Please.
very much. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Please louder.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhou. It is my great pleasure to join this very important workshop, I think, at the IGF 2021. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. All of us know in the recently released IPCC assessment report, the 6th assessment report of IPCC, in which it is indicated, despite many efforts have been made, the climate emergency is still being exacerbated. This report pointed out recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years. This report also shows that it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavy rainfall, and droughts, more frequent and severe. In fact, all of us have witnessed and experienced these mentioned extreme climate events, no matter where we live on the Earth. Therefore, the report gives the code red alarm, as described by the United Nations Secretary General Guterres. Unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reduction in greenhouse gas emission, limiting the warming to 1.5 Celsius degree will be beyond reach. So facing to these severe climate change and other environmental challenges, we should make strong, rapid, and sustained actions to reduce the carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases to limit the global warming, especially by energy decarbonization, as called by the COP26. As mentioned by Dr. Zhou, big data is a powerful tool to empower us in these actions. However, how to fully explore the great potential of big data is itself a big challenge to us. How to effectively and widely collect data, how to ensure the quality of data, how to safeguard the privacy and security of data while access them openly, how to effectively process and use data, and how to narrow rather than expand the digital divide, the data divide, how to coordinate data laws, policies, and technical standards globally to meet global challenges, especially the challenges of eco-environmental sustainability. These requires a series of innovations in big data science, technology, engineering, and governance. So today's workshop with invited speakers and participants is going to address these problems. I do hope this workshop will be a brainstorming and exchange our experience and ideas, and be a milestone for the further collaboration among us. Thank you. I stop here. Hello? Hello? I think the floor is back to Dr. Zhou and Horst.
There seems to be no good connection at the moment in Beijing. So to use the time, maybe I take the chance to introduce the next speaker. Oh, that is Liu Chuang. So that would be nice if they reconnect maybe.
Perhaps we go to the next one.
Yeah, Ricardo, would you mind starting your presentation in the meantime? Ricardo Isabel Ruiz Pelayo is professor in Mexico, and the presentation is on implementation of big data in the use of clean energy. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to this important forum. As we know, the preservation of sustainable environment is an important goal on the agenda of governments and the private sector. The production and consumption of energy are necessary for human subsistence. Unfortunately, the consequence is the inevitable environmental impact. Energy is in different ways or modality. However, on this occasion, and to comply with the time established for this intervention, and we only talk about electric power and the measures that Mexico has incorporated based on the international treaties signed with the United States and Canada. These countries entered into the North American Free Agreement, the NAFTA. In the section that regulates the environment are the following objectives: to promote the protection, preservation, and improvement of the environment through environmentally and economically efficient measures. The three countries agreed to include in their policies and practices to prevent pollution and improve the observance and application of environmental laws and regulations. Finally, the parties committed to supplying environmental information at the request of the corresponding authorities. They subsequently signed the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement and came into force in July of last year. Chapter 44 establishes the regulations in everything related to the environment. The parties are committed to expanding the cooperative relationships on environmental matters, recognizing that this will help them to achieve their common environmental goals and objectives, including the development and improvement of environmental protection practice and technologies. In the case of Mexico, it legislated the electrical reform, where the different energy laws were according to the objectives of the USMCA, leaving open the possibility of implementing the technological means necessary for the protection and sustainability of the environment. In Mexico, electricity generation is carried out by the public sector and with the participation of the private sector. In both fields, different actors are trying to implement a state-of-the-art technology. However, the use and exploitation of big data analytics are not enough to achieve the goal set in the treaties. The Mexican government established a goal that by 2024, the generation of electricity through clean energy will be 35% and incorporated at the technological infrastructure. That integrates new methodologies and tools such as big data analytics to guarantee the supply, access, and integration of renewable energy. According to the Mexican government, currently this big data infrastructure is implemented in the national training centers of the Federal Electricity Commission and is used for the analysis and monitoring of the operational performance of photovoltaic systems. The benefits of using big data and analytics in renewable energies to achieve a sustainable environment are in obtaining detailed information of the process of generating electricity and renewable energy. Historical information is analyzed in real time. There is a better understanding of the integration of renewable energies in the electricity grid. As a result, better decisions can be made for better use of energy that translates into less environmental impact. In conclusion, we suggest the creation of specific legal instruments to implement big data analytics in the generation of clean energies to achieve environmental sustainability with short and long-term results. Consequently, Mexico will be able to comply with the international commitments acquired in the field on the environment. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo, for sharing us this very good presentation. Should we allow one or two immediate questions? We have a discussion row afterwards, but maybe one or two if it's directly to the content of the presentation. Anyone like the floor? If not, then no, our friends from Beijing didn't arrive yet. So the next the next presentation will be also from Xiangxiao, but that doesn't
Host,
work.
can you hear me, Host?
Yes, yes. Ah,
yes,
here you
we
are.
are back. I think thank you for your moderator first. Maybe we can start from Liu Chuang presentation.
Okay, very good. Yeah, we didn't see you. Please make you do the moderation, Xiangxiao.
Okay, thank you. So let's. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see me? Okay, good. So so glad to have my topic about the 2021 to 2030 joint decadal action on environmental protection and high quality geographical product and sustainability. This one is we focus on the open data and the knowledge driven for the SDGs. Sustainable development equal, we said equal environmental protection plus development. So, but now we have challenges, mostly in China and many developing countries, the same challenges. So good environment, but less development. High quality product, but the low price in markets. People want to get high quality products with good pay, but very hard to find where they are. And the trusted data information are not available to be accessed. All these challenges. So this is for us to think about that. Okay. Okay, so then we have a joint organizations, joint actions from the WIPO, from coding the task group we discussed before, but this task group is closed. We want to have a new task group, working group to working on this, and also World Data Center for the global change research data publishing and repository, and also several institutes such as Institute of Geography Sciences and Natural Resources Research in Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Big Data Working Group Committee of Geography Society of China, and so on. There are so many organizations that pay more attention about it, so that they realize that if only one or two is couldn't solve this problem. So then, so we agree to have the joint action. So we use the open data driven open science, but the open science mostly important things is open data and open knowledge. So such as we have open data, publishing the data, what kind of data? The boundary. So for example, we have a case. The case, so open the what kind of data? We have several. For example, boundary data of the research area, and the physical geography data, including the soil, weather, the climate, grassland, and so on. And also have the character of the geographical products, and also socioeconomic civilization, culture, and management data. And also have a different data format and the different size of the data. And all of this can free download for everyone. For example, this kind of the product of the township, this is township in the grassland area, and this is the physical geography data, and also some kind of the socioeconomic data, and also so there all the kind of data together to understand how this special area can protect the environment and also keep the sustainability. So and then we publish them. Publish the data in detailed data in the detailed journal of Global Change Data Repository, and also publish the data paper in the Journal of Global Change Data and Discovery. So this is both the detailed data and description about the data. And this we have gave several acknowledgement. So the foundation and how to get the citation and how to download the data and see on. And then we also give this registration. We have 3 registrations. One is World Data Center registration for GC Data PR, this is World Data Center. And also the CSPR, that's in China, in the Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, their the registration. Also DOI for the Digital Object Identifier, and so we gave the DOI. And then we give certificate to them. And then we give the let them to local people to understand what this is. And then this is the only one case. We have serious cases. So we show cases methodology. So this is I think this is already approved the 5 cases. But now today we also have another several follows. So and as the host side, no, there's a Ricardo side in the Mexico. There's a NAFTA agreement. Also has a USMCA, US Mexico Canada agreement. They're all agreement. They are focused. I think this is a high quality product trade. So that is China. We have this international fair for trade in the services this year in Beijing. So then we have a joint forum in the geography indications, environment and sustainability. And then we realized that the international trade is increased year by year, especially in China. The people that get more rich and more money. They really want to buy something, really want to. But now, now there's the COVID-19 is stop us to face. But the trade is very active. So this is our my presentation about the. So we wanted to discuss in this forum. So whether we can work together. Okay. So this is my presentation. So welcome to have a discussions and on the questions. Next.
Can I have a question at the moment? Now, yeah. Just short. Liu Chuang, could you repeat or indicate how participants in our audience could contact you, and what is the procedure of interest of colleagues being able to contribute to that big data repository that you set up?
Okay, so I think this workshop, because the time is so short, so we can talk whether the strategy, and if we agree, then we follow up. There are more detail in the implementation and how to work together, how to do the steps and the procedures. So this time, so we can just got the common interesting. If we can got the common interesting. Under the IGF umbrella, and with the WFEO and the co-data, and World Data System, and the Geo, and so on. Okay. Any other questions?
No other questions here in the chat or else. I don't see.
Okay, Horst, can you just go ahead as moderator?
Oh, thank you. Of course, I'm pleased to introduce you to our audience. Sorry for the short delay. Our next speaker is Xiang Zhao, professor in Beijing, and he's co-chair of the Coordinator Task Group of Information for Developing Countries, and he is himself professor of Aerospace Information Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing. And his presentation is on big data analysis on ecology and environment and green development. Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Horst. Hello, everyone. As my presentation title showed, environment is the foundation for the development of our planet Earth. So today I would like to speak a bit more on this issue from a technology aspect when next big technological approach is approaching. So a brief background about the issue I'm going to address. As we know, the SDG is, high priority for the UN under the cooperative mechanism. So quite a lot SDG goals of SDG are highly related to the environment, like the 6 clean water and sanitation, also 7 clean energy, and of course 11 sustainable cities and communities, we also have very strong emphasis on the climate change. So also it is listed as one of goals in SDG 13, and what life below the water, life on land. So I think all the implementation of these SDG goals requires long-term monitoring, observation, also evaluation using the different scientific and reasonable index to monitoring the progress and implementation degree of each goals. So big data definitely will bring more rich application scenario for the ecosystem and environmental monitoring, which also allow emerging ICT technology, as I mentioned, to integrated virus resource data sets, also the new advancing technology means, and accelerate the sharing, opening, and circulation of environmental data. So from the picture, you can see we have a lot of issues to tackle with support of the information technology, which will give us the detailed information about when, where, what object, and what change about the environmental around us. So if we try to define big environmental data, we will find there are a lot of issues or factors need to be considered. For example, we need long-term and of course integrated observation, which focus on the change of the environment, and also we have to rely on the capability of artificial intelligence and also cloud computing facility, which can help us have a deep knowledge and understanding about our environmental that will form the basis for the analysis and simulation of Earth systems. So environmental Internet of Things, cloud computing, big data, and also follow the data management and of course open data access by a trusted service will bring us the deep knowledge discovery with various types information, and also we also have a lot of visualization approach to have to help us well understood the global change and also the phenomena which happened caused by the environmental change. So if you notice the right picture on this slide, you will find the more than 200 indicators were extracted from the features of the SDG goals. So all the computing of this indicator requires high quality data set from the environmental monitoring and also observation. So that's why we need a concept or framework of big environmental data. So I think big data plus artificial intelligence will prepare us right way for the data to information, and of course supporting our decision making. So big data not only find new knowledge, create new values, but also improve our capability and realize the potential of information technology by promoting green development of human production and life. Of course, the final goal is to support the implementation of SDG. Okay, so I take an example by big space data, which help us better understand Earth's observation. So you will find a lot of observation data was shared on the internet by the different stakeholders. So the typical example is Landsat. Landsat provide 14 years archives of global data provided freely on the internet. So you will have the deep knowledge and timely information about vegetation, about the biomass, about the land use change. So it will help us to know our planet. So also some challenges for the environmental sustainability. Forecasting. So we need scientists to committed to build platform for predicting the Earth system. Observing, so we need to know what social and environmental system need to be observed and what scale observation is used. Is the observation for the purpose of responding, adapting, or to influence global change? And confirming, so how to improve scientific knowledge about the risk of global change? How should the policymaker and the citizen choose the most effective way to deal with global change? Of course, for responding, we need to determine what institution, what kind of activity and change can affect of global sustainable development. The most important, I think, is innovating, encourage the innovation in technology and policy development. So this is the challenges we need to consider for further research and discuss. For action plan, so we need, of course, the group power from the public, civil society, and the research community, commercial sector, and of course, government and international organization by discuss the policy on the open data and innovation and how to empower the technology and integration. So we need to build an analysis platform, environmentally friendly computing facility, and also, which is very crucial, we need to consider the application scenario. That is, it's very important for us to promote innovative application model. So I think this is a very brief thinking about the big data for environmental sustainability from the technical aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, very good presentation. Thank you, Qiang Shao, for this very good overview and highlighting important aspects. We have 10 minutes time until procedure in the next part of our session for 10 minutes for open discussion. Please, attendances. There was a remark in the chat on linking our sessions to other sessions in IGF. Yes, of course, we didn't mention that yet, but in the course, maybe at least I want to touch that in my presentation also. There are several activities in IGF, and there are similar activities or joint activities in World Summit on Information Society. So many colleagues of us here in that presentation, and also probably in the audience, are active in United Nations global level science and technology and administration fields. So, and this gives that cross sections. In our session, we only have 6 minutes for each presentation, which is rather short for such big topics. But we want to raise the interest and give opportunity to stay connected. Thank you for that remark. Other questions, please. You may raise your hand in the reactions button of Zoom. When I can have a question, please. That in the last presentation you had you said about policy networks, and now my question would be: you said about when, where, what object, and what change. The question of change is something that can be slow change, and that can be rapid change, and that can be streaming complexity change. You know, I'm working in disaster management, and when disaster and the environment comes together, there sometimes the complexity is really rapidly streaming. Is there special aspects to recommend for such situations?
Oh yes. Thank you for your remark. I think if you want to get total information, I mean just digitalize the Earth by the timely information, especially about environmental issue. Currently, still has a lot of challenges. First, we need to build a lot of platform, maybe one or two for global one or regional one, to try to collect more data source from different means. As I mentioned, maybe if we take Earth as one research object, maybe we can import more data set from the spaceborne, so it will give us about detailed understanding about carbon cycling and also the water resource. So I think this kind of information cannot be totally complete in one or single means, but we try to use the big data from different sources to get the more accurate results, which can help us to do predicting, and also, as you mentioned, try to give a better solution to for the environmental problem which has occurred, and also maybe technology solution to improve it.
Yeah, thank you very much. There was another question on what is this? Is there some special aspects on carbon footprint of digitalization? All these computations we do, all that big data shifted around, analyzed, and so on, also has a carbon footprint. Our group is not so specially working on this. Am I right? Or is anyone involved in of the speakers involved in the carbon footprint of the whole thing? There are other activities. I know the ITU, International Trade Organization, for Union of United Nations, has a special activity in that direction, and we could share information afterwards, maybe. Oh, but has someone of the speakers want to touch this? Not at the moment. Please, Mark Urban and others, please contact us after the session, and we are happily getting you in contact with the colleagues that also cover this holistic. That's right. The holistic aspect is, yes, you have also to see what is the carbon footprint of what you're doing with all these data. It's nice to have the data, but these computers have our energy consumption sometimes very heavy, and so on. And all that digitization, that is a big problem. We don't touch that at the moment in our presentations here, but it's linked to other activities left and right that are right on the way, and this is shared internationally. Yeah. So we have possibility of another remark or question. Please take floor. If it's not the case, then maybe I get another minute more for my presentation. So please, could you take over the moderation then for me to start my presentation?
Okay. So, folks, okay. So I think, okay, we have seen the screen from the
Us? Yeah.
us.
Good.
Okay. My presentation today is on challenges, risks, and gaps in environmental data management. When I made that proposal of abstract for this session, I didn't know that in the end I would have only 6 minutes to do this. The topic is much larger, and of course we're working since years in that field, and everyone can be referenced in follow-up work we did already. Today, so let me, in these few minutes, let me stick to certain aspect. I want to just to mention more the aspects of governance needed in a big environmental data and sustainability. So we already heard we are doing about monitoring, assessing, accounting, valuing, pricing, define, generate tradable values, and believe it or not, if you have heard, you will be astonished. If you not have heard, you will be even more astonished that now people are getting nature to the stock exchange and make money out of it. So just that are aspects I want to touch very shortly, and there are follow-up things to do also. Let's start with monitoring. Just a single slide where in this overview you see what a typical overview of a first order metadata catalog is, as that is from a European part of your European environmental information system, and this shows just as an example of data sets indicated 132, 11 data sets, which are for the whole region of the Baltic Sea in northern Europe. And just to show and remind that monitoring is already complex. Then after monitoring, we do assessing about is it in good state, is it not state? So that is typical evaluating. It's nice that I can mention that in one of the previous presentations today already was mentioned the trade agreements, and there is the assessment. There is not just use of trade agreements, but also to assess the impact of trade agreements on biodiversity and ecosystems. There is a link is given, and you will receive the download for that presentation in the end, so you can read that in quiet on your desk. For accounting, now this is something which is in the recent years. So there, in the European Union, at least, there is some activities and a report for pilot for an integrated system of ecosystem accounts for the European Union, which I also don't want to go too much in detail now, but the reference document will, as far as you're interested in environmental systems accounting, then you have the details in that European report. So that makes for the accounting. That is ecosystem extend accounts, ecosystem condition accounts, ecosystem services accounts, and so that is especially the services account. I want to mention record the supply of various ecosystem services, such as providing recreational opportunities in nature or protection of human property from floods by ecosystems to the society, and how the society benefits from their use. Now you see that this benefits for their use in view of the overview I gave of my presentation here. You see benefit that sounds like money. Actually, we had this before, but nowadays we are in the final slide. We go to the stock market. Just take care about the notations used. Now we're getting into valuing and pricing. Valuing of ecosystem service accounts, evaluating the actual flow of nature-based recreation from ecosystems to people. There's a link here, and doing certain methods of pricing captures the consumer's willingness to pay for what they perceive are environmental differences that add or detract from the intrinsic value of an asset or property. Now, these are, if there is money behind it, you know that even there is something positive, very positive about it. If there is money of in disaster management, we call that losses. In disaster, we don't talk too much of gains, but here in environmental and environmental improvement, there may be gains and there may be other losses if there are disasters in the environment. I always see the complex space in the, you heard about the big disaster in the Amazonian basin. The Amazonian basin is a multi-state, not just Brazil. You see, all the neighboring states have part of the much larger Amazonian basin, and here we have to deal with losses. And the moment you can put dollars or euro or whatsoever currency into these losses of environment, then politicians maybe have prick up their ears and have a more stronger aspect of needed support needed there. Now, actually, there are numbers in the European Union. There are types of economic units defined, and nature-based recreation, for instance, there is one of the tables in that larger compilation. And for nature-based recreations in the European Union, that will be, you see the countries, Austria, BE, Belgium, and so on, DE, Germany, and other countries. And in the last line, you see for the total EU, they compute nature-based recreation economy. Now that has, after pricing, there is necessary or possible to define, generate tradable values. The opportunity is that some people say that this traditional economy has a set values of 512 trillions. Nature's economy, they compile to 4,000 trillions. Now, this is what is for, you see, have stockbrokers read such text and they get really interested. You see, what? To go from 500 trillion values to 4,000 trillion, where is my hedge fund getting into these things? You see, if there is gain of money, then we want to have our solution. In that reference, you see, there will be possible to read details about that. And then finally get nature to the stock exchange market and make money. This is not my favorite, you see, actually, but I want to to tell you what is the situation right now. There is an idea to have natural asset companies that are sustainable enterprises that hold the right to ecosystem services produced by natural working or hybrid lands, enable natural asset owners to convert nature's value into financial capital, providing additional resources necessary to power a sustainable future. Now, this sounds very nice, and it would be positive if everything runs positive. Now, nevertheless, you have to read in care and observe in care what is going on there. And not everyone is happy what big money globally does with environment. So I just say I don't want to make a valuation of the whole thing. I just want to raise your interest and raise your observation and make up your own mind in what is going on there. This is real activities. So finally, my summary is to put that in elements of sustainability information governance, that is about economic and business management issues, financing, economic instruments, sustainability and finance, recording and valuation of ecosystem services. That is the main term of what makes money, what is a value. Environmental economic accounting and dialogue with what we need is dialogue with companies and business associations in realm of this. So maybe I hope that in IGF or in World Summit on Information Society we find possibility. I may already made a proposal to collect a working group or something like that, exchange ideas about observing these things and making up our minds. The other, the more technical, operational things of governance would be to develop methods, techniques, operations, control, accountability issues, touch ethics in the whole thing, and risk management, compliance, administration, and all of society participative governance. How does civil society make its mind of what is going on in the stock market, of environmental efficiency pricing and values kind of done up in certain instruments of the stock market. I want to stop here. For me, it's not everything is so very positive in the future, and I would be happy if it is, but I think it would be necessary to observe. All this, of course, is a circular vision also that participative governance needs to go in all the previous mentioned topics. Thank you for your attention today, and for further contact, please contact me, and I will. The presentation is for download, and I will send that link also to the chat right now. Thank you very much for your attention, and if there are questions, I'm happy to touch them. Thank you.
Very good. So Hans, I have a question for you. So you got this new services, online new services. Would you give a little bit of explanation about the new services, online services?
Oh, there is a list of nature services from which I only picked as an example that a recreation service that nature can do. Now, you see, just for instance, as part of breaking that down in bits and pieces, part of nature recreation services would be how many people and pricing would be along parameters. For instance, how many people go in that nature preserve every year? Now, is that nice? You see, we are fighting for a lot of bio reserves where no one, please, should go. Now, is the price low of these areas because no one is going there, or what? And if we have, you see, in Switzerland, here in Europe, I'm more, and other people go for skiing, people go for holidays, and devastating environment in certain regions, quite a lot. Everyone is concerned, and then they make parameters of that. The value is better when people go there. So you see, I just want to raise. I don't want to talk about solutions I have in my head, but it's just that type of bits and pieces that is really astonishing, and it's the future which we also have to deal. Not only the basics. That is my first slide was the tradition of having meta information systems and depositories of basic data. And nowadays we have to go in different realms into pricing and going to the stock market with big data.
Okay, great, thank you. So I will discuss with you later. Yeah, so it's a multi-type. I want to know more. So next, next advantage.
Okay. Thank you, host. I think if no more questions right now, we will move to the next presentation, which are from Dr. Bessie Savantala from South Africa. So Bessie is Executive Director, Library of Information Service at the University of South Africa. So as she is a professor of practice of knowledge management of the University of Johannesburg. Bessie will give us a presentation about positioning of data management in university libraries. Okay, Bessie, you have floor, please.
Yes, can I please request for host to activate? I need to put the screen up. I can't share. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, colleagues and participants at this meeting. I just want from my side to share with you how the issues around big data for environmental sustainability and actually data in general with regards to open data or when you talk about open science, how it impacts and how us as the persons who are in the forefront in higher education or universities and especially university libraries, where we are then in a position to ensure the understanding of the processes with regards to open science and open data and the challenges that we face, but I'll highlight more on the strategic side in this regard. There are a number of challenges in the positioning of data management, and these challenges that we pick up, and especially in the global south, is the alignment with national priorities, funding and sustainability, technical feasibility and standards, quality assurance and management, governance, which the other presenters have spoken about, policies with regards to open science, open data, and the government policies that we have, and the views from society, civic society, including the scientists with regards to open data and data sharing and accessibility to data, and in Africa as a region, participation and contribution of data. And what we have seen is that the global change actually impacted with what we've seen for 2020, that we have a world rapidly changed and countries are grappling with how to use scientific advances to deal with challenges. For example, the pandemic, and how to build resilience in a fragile world. So there are potential that lies in the collaborative opportunities offered by a changing and increasingly connected and globalized environment like what we are doing today. And those aspects that impact are the following. This would be social change, scientific and technological imperatives, economic imperatives, and Horst has highlighted a number of this in his discussion also, environmental impacts and geopolitical, for example, and especially for us in the South, they impact us when it comes to issues of whether it's big data or how you look at it, or open data or open science. And these are the global drivers that I just wanted to share on and social change. For example, for us, it's the issues around population growth, the aging population, the African youth bulge, urbanization, where you can see that in the global north, the estimation for 2050 is that 84% of the population will be urbanized. And in Africa, we're looking at 62%. The increasing uncontrolled migration, and we see that on a daily basis in the news, to developed countries, leading to social instability. And the other aspect under social change will be then international mobility. The other aspect with regards to a scientific and ecological, technological aspect would be modern science and data proliferation, the science breakthroughs that are quicker, translated faster into innovations, and we've seen that with the pandemic, what's happening. And the fourth IR, and the blurred lines between physical and digital spheres, which we look at the legal, ethical, and socio-economic consequences. When we look at the other global driver on the economy, for example, like Horst indicated before me, we look at the emerging economies, and here you are looking at a growing middle class and increasing consumerism, which is the demand for goods and services. And we have laws about technological change, which promotes social inclusion and economic growth, but causes loss of traditional jobs, high proportion of unskilled workers, and the other aspects will then be the disruptive effects of globalization. And here we have picked up that analysts do not foresee a large-scale retreat of globalization, even though there are prospective or there are protective policies, especially in the global north. And when we look at the fourth one of the environment, then it will be your climate change challenges. For example, the degradation of the natural environment, biodiversity loss that will shape our policies, and also the new policies that require new technologies, processes, and services, and build business models. And the last one will be on the geopolitical, which is the shift of wealth, economic, and political power from west and north to east and south, and also the international landscape that is increasingly multipolar. So what are the implications of the drivers of global change in when we are in what we are doing as we try to make our communities, especially our research communities in the global south, as librarians who are in the forefront in ensuring that we have data repositories or institutional repositories. The impediments are that the current innovating thinking does not adequately seem to respond to a world in rapid transition. The shift from thinking about systems which are in isolation, it's also impacting on considering the entire economic, the entire socio-technical systems and the values underlying them. And here a typical example will be how we look at transport systems to systems of mobility, instead of just looking for issues around how do you build as part of citizen science in your respective cities for transport. And how then does the knowledge development component comes in there? From our perspective, the creation or support of knowledge networks, e.g., where scientists can organize scientific exchanges, educational programs, and other opportunities to build capacity and encourage innovation and knowledge production to improve science diplomacy. And this will also filter into policy and understanding of policymakers with regards to the importance of big data or open science. And when we look at open science and open innovation, it's quite important that when we talk about big data, this also forms part of that, because access to public science provides potential for research ecosystem to be participative and productive. And here we're looking at reducing duplication and the cost of creating, transferring, and reusing data. The other aspect would be fostering the digitally enabled, open and collaborative innovation, which is a key component. And we know that in a networked world where we live in, it's no longer possible to ring fence what we know or have invented and to create new value through internal means alone. It's a collaborative space. And just quickly, that collaborative innovation involves greater use of internet, and that's why we're sitting here today, digital technologies and social networks to foster learning, enable the co-creation of codified knowledge, and provide wide access to tools, data, and resources. And how can we then strengthen these processes, especially in Africa? We need to look at strategy and coalitions. And under this, we're looking at how can we then build developing regions, strategies, declarations, and operations that would support open access or open data policies. How do we then seek national, regional, and international support to strengthen scholarly-led open access or open data? And how do we look again under national and institutional open access, open data policies and initiatives? And those would be the institutional repositories, where some of us like myself, our strengths are when we look at institutional repositories, national repositories, regional harvesters of national repositories, and also how do we deal with the issues around encouraging our researchers and also data producers to look at a self-deposit in national repositories of institutions with less research outputs. And that's the end of my talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Desi. Very impressive talk about global drivers for knowledge management. I think, do you have any question here from audience?
If I can have a question or a remark. This is so good compilation you did, because that is rather on this level. You see, that is not on the bookshelf level, but this is on the governance level, and this is so important to get such overviews. And the question for me would how to go on with this, how to make that effective in terms of governance-oriented communities and so on. How make recommendations not only in science, because you're touching society aspects and you're touching organizational aspects. What is your proposal? How to go on from your presentation?
Yeah, the issues around this, especially coming from my background also with being involved in the International Science Council, the Core Data Committee for Data issues, it's first driven by policy. For us, it's around policy, sorry, and also because if policy is not driving this process, then there is no movement, because whatever it's done is based on public funding for public good. And our community, research community, they look at that value add to say, if governments are not saying this to us, then we won't be moving towards that direction. So that's why it starts, and I've seen that happening across in all the 16 years that I've been involved in the data issues, when we started from Senegal part and so forth, up to where we are now. It's the same issues that we have. And from where, if I talk for South Africa, it's totally different with the uptake and the understanding, but you still have the naysayers in understanding this actual process. And especially that where we see some pushbacks when it comes to, for example, open publishing. It's those fears and not understanding the value of having your data available and data repurposing and so forth. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I think there is a remark from comments from Mark Urban. He mentioned there is a wide community for research and education network that are dedicated and trying to provide digital tools for the purpose, as Desi mentioned, like GENT in Europe, Red Cara in Latin America. So, do you have any response, Desi, on this?
I can't hear I've been trying to listen. I can't hear. Horst, will you translate if it's a question to me or is it a comment on chat that I can see here? I could not actually hear what's being questioned there.
There was
okay. So I think it's just the comments from the Mark. You can check the chat window, and we may have time to respond later. So maybe we need to move ahead. We have our last speaker, Dr. Tomoko Doko from Keio University, Japan. And she has done a lot of research on the ecosystem, environmental protection, and renewable energy. And I think she will give us a presentation on the AI-oriented advance in the monitoring of forest-dwelling animals in Japan. You have floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joshan. Hello, my name is Tomoko. I would like to ask the host to activate my sharing of presentation.
Yes. You can share your screen.
I can, okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's great.
Okay, my name is Tomoko.com. I am a CEO of a company, Nature and Science Consulting in Japan. Today, I'd like to have a talk about my Asiatic black bears monitoring system using AI-oriented systems as a case study. Today's topic is about the big data and AI and how I apply those techniques to the ecosystem science. So first, let me introduce what is big data. Big data refers to the large, diverse sets of the information that grow at ever-increasing rates. It encompasses the volume of information, the velocity of speed of which it is created and collected, and the variety of scope of the data points being covered. Big data often comes from the data mining and arrives in multiple formats. Okay, and probably everybody heard of the artificial intelligence. I would like to talk a little bit about the definition of what is AI. AI is the ability of the digital computer or computer-controlled robot to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. The term is frequently applied to the project of developing systems and endowed with intellectual processes characteristic of humans, such as the ability to reason, discover meaning, generalize, or learn from past experience. And since the development of the digital computer in the 1940s, it has been demonstrated that computers can be programmed to carry out very complex tasks, as for example, discovering proofs of mathematical theorems or playing chess with great proficiency. And today, my topic is introduction of a case study. In fact, I am a specialist of Asiatic black bears ecology. I am a specialist of the geographic science, but also I am an ecologist. And how can big data and AI be applied to science, especially environment sustainability, is today's my question. And I'd like to introduce one example of monitoring animals, especially Asiatic black bears, etc. in Japan. By the way, Asiatic black bears is illustrated here on the right side. It could be the biggest animal in Japan, And Asiatic black bear also inhabited in China and Russia and some Eastern Asia plus Japan. We have a subspecies called Asiatic, we have a name in English, Japanese black bear, but that is a subspecies of Asiatic black bear. The geographical distribution is like that. You have a Hokkaido area here. In Hokkaido area, there is a brown bear. And the main island area, we have Asiatic black bear. So we have 2 species in Japan. So today, I want to introduce some perspective, like how to monitor my traps, because I set it up. I installed the traps to capture bear. This picture is my trap. This is a double barrel drum, and bears, maybe you know from some book, but they really love honey. So I set up honey. And how can we know that the bear is actually captured? And what kind of animals come to visit the trap is my question. But sometimes house animals are not so cute, like we can touch. Like bears, we can't touch directly, it's too dangerous. So we want to set up some safe material for human beings so that we can know the system is operated or not remotely. So we call it alert system. So humans don't need to go to check the site, and we can know if something happens remotely through the internet. So we have used the technology of the camera traps too. Camera traps has been increasingly used to estimate the relative abundance and distribution of wildlife, and it's powerful, effective tool. But we cannot know the photographs at near time or real time. So I wanted to set up the system which can transfer the data automatically through the internet remotely.
Tomoko,
So
if you go in presentation,
Tomoko,
we have a chance to see the other
yes.
slide.
You haven't played your slides, I think.
Oh. Slide has problem.
It's still on the first page.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I don't know.
am sorry.
It is still
a moment. Maybe I.
It's still a title page.
Title page. Maybe like this you can see.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Then I don't show the slideshow. Yeah. I'm sorry. I came to around here. Okay. This page maybe. And okay. So I set up the system to. Sorry. Maybe I can show you some picture. Like, and this was the Asiatic black bear I introduced. And here is the geographic distribution of this species. Here you can see this is a trap to capture the target bear. And this is a study area. Here is Japan, and my study area is inside of main island around the Tokyo area. And I used the mobile phone system to set up the traps, and also I used the satellite system, what is called Argos system, to monitor the trap. And the method is like we set up the camera trap to take a picture of traps and transfer all the data remotely so that I can see the result through the internet like this. So in the field, trap is together with Asiatic black bear, and there is a sensoring camera here. So if they take pictures, they can send the photographs to the server and transfer to mobile phone users or computer. Then I can see the website, the condition of the field without accessing the field. And so system was like that, and it can give me message like this. And this is the system. This is, for example, what kind of animal I can take. This is the tail of Japanese mountain. And this is the protected animal in Japan, which is called Japanese salo. Japanese salo was a national monument in Japan, and I can see them close to my trap. And this kind of pictures can be archived in the website directory. And this is Asiatic black bear actually came to visit my trap. This is a mother bear and one bear together to come. And this was a video I prepared, but maybe it would not work without the slideshow. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoko. It's very interesting talk. I think from your presentation, I feel the animals, the wild animals are not so far from us. So very, very detailed information you can get from this AI aid equipment, and also help the protection of those animals. Thank you. Any question from our audience?
So Tomoko, so very good. I think I'm really very interesting that is your job, you know. So I remember several years ago, your data about this case of research is published in the Global Change Data Repository already. I think several people use your data to analysis some. Would you have do you have some idea to publish your research article this research? So if you are interested, please come to my journal to publish this as a link to your data. Very good, I think that's you know, we published that whose data is cited and to be used by the other research. So that is good. So I invite you to publish your paper to my journal.
Thank you very much. I will.
Interesting, very interesting.
I would like to have a question, Tomoko. If there is, as you said, one possibility is to observe animal species and.
Horst,
yeah.
Could you please a bit loud? We are not
louder, please.
Clearly.
Sorry.
Okay,
One possibility is to observe species and map them, map the distribution. The other thing is that along with this, there may be a possibility to elaborate on the habitat parameters of these animals. Did you try, or do colleagues of you try to specify or derive habitat parameters from observations?
Yes, thank you, Horst. That is a good question. In fact, I am a geographical science specialized person, so I did species distribution modeling. So if we have presence data and some cases, if we have absence data, we can model the habitat geographically. So I published several papers of Asiatic black bears geographic distribution from my field data and from the existing literature data.
Okay, if that is not in Japanese language, which I'm sorry I cannot read it, if that is in English.
It is an English paper,
good.
international paper.
Oh, very
if
welcome.
you are interested in, I can give you the link.
Very welcome.
Okay.
Here we have a little bit of blockade, and I don't know if I take the responsibility of closing this session if there are no other immediate and urgent questions. We send you in the presentations. I think we make them available somehow in the internet. We have that space of susinf.net. Where we in a blog we share such information, and so if you keep in contact with us, you're very welcome, and to share experience after this presentation too. Greetings to the colleagues in Beijing. At the moment, I'm very delighted of this big discussion we had today. And that will be something that we certainly have to work on and share in future. Thank you very much for your attendance, and all speakers for the contributions, and especially Liu Chuang for doing all that coordination, make the proposals, do every bits and pieces. And colleagues, of course, in Beijing, we are very happy to continue this for many of us, long years acquaintance in science activities in CODATA and the International Council of Science, and we are happy to continue that work. Thank you very much, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Well, I don't know if we're all here, but we can start with a bit of setting the scene. Welcome and good afternoon, and welcome to this session about breaking the barriers to connectivity. My name is Lisa Fuhr. I'm the Director General of ETNO, representing the main telecom operators in Europe. And I will be the moderator of this session today, but first I'd like to set the scene. As telcos, for us, connectivity is our business. That's our raison d'être. But ETNO's members are involved in rolling out next generation networks from fiber to 5G, ensuring that European citizens, businesses, and public authorities are able to benefit from the promise of the digital economy. But as we're going to discuss here today, it's not only plain sailing. There remain some obstacles to achieve the objective of broad connectivity across our continent, but also across the whole world. So in today's society, not being connected is an issue. And as society becomes more and more digitalized, we need all to be connected. So therefore, we want to discuss today in this session why we're still far from universal connectivity. And successful connectivity that doesn't depend only on one player in the market, nor even on one factor. Successful connectivity depends on technological, financial, and regulatory support. So today we want to first explore the main barriers to connectivity under these three categories: technology, finance, and regulation. Secondly, building on real-life cases and case studies, highlight how innovative technologies, regulatory framework, financial and investment approaches, or business model can help address these barriers. Thirdly, identify concrete policy solution that can be transposed or scaled up to empower relevant stakeholders to achieve universal connectivity. And to help with all of this, we have an excellent panel of experts with us today, coming from all over the world, ready to share with us their perspectives on overcoming barriers to connectivity. Let me present the different panelists. Cristina Arida is Head of Strategic Planning Sector of the National Telecoms Regulatory Authority in Egypt. She has over 25 years of experience working with the Egyptian government in areas as internet development and related public policies. Welcome, Christine. We should have had Jeff Huston, but he's not feeling well today, so he's unable to attend, so he has to be excused. But we have Sophie Maddens, who is the Head of Regulatory and Market Environment Division of the ITU, Bureau of Telecommunication Development. Sophie has worked as a regulatory and policy expert in telecommunications and ITC sector in international and multicultural environments. Welcome, Sophie. We also have Robert Pepper, but I don't know if he's joined us yet. But he's the head of global connectivity policy and planning at Meta, focusing on infrastructure and connectivity, including new technology development, deployment, and adoption. We have Lydia Stepinska-Justasiak, who is the Deputy Director of Department of Foreign Affairs in the Office of Electronic Communication of Poland. In her role, she is in charge of International Organizations Unit, as well as the Social and Economic Cooperation Unit. Welcome, Lydia. And we have Ana Valero, who's the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Latin America in Telefonica, where she coordinates the positioning of the Telefonica Group in relation to regulatory issues in Telefonica's operations in Latin America. Welcome, Ana. And last but not least in our panel, we have Julie Soller, who's head of Global Regulatory Affairs, Amazon's Project Cooper. This project aims to launch a constellation of low Earth orbit satellites to provide broadband connectivity worldwide. She has also worked as the U.S. State Department, the NTIA, and the U.S. Department of Defense. We also have our substantive rapporteur, who's Timea Soto of the International Chamber of Commerce, and our remote moderator, Barbara Warner of the U.S. Council for International Business. Thank you for all for joining. So to kick off the discussion, I will ask 4 of our speakers, Anna, Sophie, Lydia, and Christine, to address how they see the barriers to connectivity being tackled using technology innovations, financial tools, and also regulation. And first, we'll start with Anna, who will represent Telefonica's view on the key elements to extend connectivity in unserved and underserved areas and a case studies of Telefonica's work in Peru. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, well, thank you, Liz, and thank you, everyone, for the invitation to participate in this meeting today. I think that the main challenge that we have is that even though governments and companies have been working for a long time in trying to close the digital divide, the reality is that we still have a challenge in terms of extending connectivity to all citizens. The traditional approaches that we have followed, both companies and governments, the reality is that they have not worked as we expected. So we think that we need new approaches. We need to do different things to get different results. And in Telefonica, we think that these new models to extend connectivity have to be based in 3 aspects. The first one has to do with innovation, not only innovation from a technical, but also from a financial, a commercial, and also a regulatory points of view. The second one has to do with cooperation. We need cooperation between among the different stakeholders that are working in these projects to extend connectivity, cooperation between public and private companies. And the third one has to do with sustainability, because we need that these new rural projects are sustainable, not only from a financial point of view, that is key, but also that they contribute to the development of the communities where they provide services. And working on this approach, on this new approach, we have implemented in Peru the model Internet para Todos. Internet para Todos is a project that we have created based on these innovative and sustainability principles that I mentioned before. We are working on this project with very relevant partners, with Facebook and the 2 Latin America regional development banks, the IDB and the CAF. And we started in this project in 2019, and in these 2 years, we have been able to deploy more than 1,600 sites, 4G sites, providing mobile services to more than 12,000 rural communities in Peru and extending coverage to areas where more than 2.5 million people live in Peru. The Internet para Todos model is based on a single wholesale mobile network for rural areas that is providing services in rural and remote areas of the countries. We think that this type of models can be extended to other countries in Latin America, and I think it's a very good example of how to work in new approaches to make sure that connectivity reaches everyone in remote areas in less developed countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And over to you, Sophie. I'd like to hear from you what it means to create fit for purpose, flexible, and we actually wrote future proof, but I don't think there's anything like future proof. I think it should be future oriented regulatory framework to respond to the challenges of digitalization. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and very happy to be with all of you here. Old friends, many people with whom we've worked in the past. So indeed, Lisa, the fit for purpose, flexible and future oriented, thank you very much for that, regulatory frameworks. We see them as the only effective way to go in responding to the challenges of this digital transformation process that we have seen has been turbocharged by the COVID crisis. Today, we see more than ever, and we still have billions of people that are unconnected, but we've seen in the COVID crisis that this meaningful connectivity is key. And I liked what Anna said as well. We need those new approaches, innovation, cooperation between stakeholders, and sustainability. So let me just take you on a very quick journey through the digital transformation, how it has changed the regulatory approaches, because we know that digital is continuing to improve access to and delivery of services across multiple industries. So Anna mentioned cooperation between public sector, private sector, but let me add in there as well, it's cooperation across the sectors, because ICTs have really moved beyond just the simple communications. And we've seen how much digital has become the foundation for every economic sector, business performance, and our own individual growth and health. So digital is supporting all sectors of the economy. It's changing the societies, the markets, the countries, the regions, and regulation. So there have been huge opportunities, but with those opportunities come challenges. And yes, I do agree. We need innovation, sustainability, and collaboration. Collaboration between policymakers, regulatory authorities, and other stakeholders, both at national, regional, and international level. We had the Partner to Connect Focus Area 3 working group meeting yesterday about building digital ecosystems. And it was brought in there. We need the collaboration and cooperation, even with consumer associations, trade associations, so really the multi-stakeholder environment. We're connecting with our counterparts across economic sectors, industries, and end users, and developing that regulation and government interventions to leverage that digital transformation as an engine for that sustainable development. So we need those economic and digital regulatory tools, processes, procedures, and mechanisms to really promote that engagement of that broad and diverse range of stakeholders. Internet para Todos in Peru, we need all stakeholders to collaborate with us. And indeed, in the countries and regions. And what I add there is as well, and Pepper will very much like what I say, we need the data so that we foster that informed, inclusive, and evidence-based rulemaking and decision-making, and always have that economic and social impact in mind. So here are some of the core elements of collaborative regulation. We need the space for digital experimentation. We still need those pro-competition frameworks. We need regulatory incentives, and in the COVID pandemic, we've seen many of the stakeholders stepping up to facilitate rather than gatekeep, but facilitate, regulators as facilitators. We need the stakeholder engagement vehicles. We also need those robust and enforceable mechanisms for consumer protection. We need regulatory impact assessments. We need those agile data-driven monitoring systems based on standards for the interoperability of data systems. We need effective channels for dynamic collaboration amongst the regulatory authorities, not just in ICT telecoms, but with the other regulatory authorities, energy being one. We need that regional and international cooperation, and we need the regulatory expertise. Let's think about capacity development as well of our regulators. And there's also a need for a new take on financing, but I'll talk about that in the next round. Back to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Sophie. And if I turn to Lydia, listening to Anna and Sophie talking about innovation, stakeholder engagement, and also regulators as facilitators, what is your view on this, and how can a national regulator support connectivity?
Thank you. Oh my God, I have nothing to add to such extensive Sophie's comment, but I can give some examples from our area of responsibilities of a regulator in Poland. And when we think about future-proof regulatory approach, we can distinguish two areas of our activities. First, which is strategically important, is of course infrastructure. And here we believe that investors and service providers and telecommunication companies, big and small, should have access to reliable information on quality of networks, accessibility of networks, and potential areas for investments. Therefore, we created one single information point with telecommunication data. This point aggregates data from many different sources, not only telecommunication data reported by operators. In this context, it is important that in our case, on Polish market, we have more than 5,000 telecommunication operators. Of course, majority of them are small, but still they also need exactly the same information. And this point aggregates data also from Central Office of Geodesy and Cartography and General Statistical Office. And it gives very precise and accurate information on wide gaps and area for investments. It is also a tool for consumers, and they can check availability of telecommunication services as well as parameters of these services. And this is our experience. We are ready to share with other countries, thanks to collaboration with International Telecommunication Union, including Sophie's division. We have the chance to share our experience and help other countries, particularly developing countries from Africa region and also from East. Well, because we believe that when we were at the beginning of this way, just after our accession to the European Union, we had the chance to benefit from experience of Western countries, and now we want to give it back somehow to countries that need it. And I mentioned the second area, which is also important, skills, because we are perfectly aware that from the perspective of investment, entrepreneurs must know that there will be demand for telecommunication services. And we know that technologies are widely diffused and used only when they are trusted. Therefore, firstly, on a national level, we develop educational programs addressing particularly the most vulnerable groups like children, teenagers, and elderly people. And at the international level, I have the pleasure to be a chairwoman of the group on capacity building initiatives, advising ITU on area of capacity building development. And thanks that, on the one hand, I have the chance to observe other regions and their specific challenges. And I can also share our experience widely and help other regions and other countries with strategies of capacity building development. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. And Christine, we now heard about the experiences in Poland, but you will present the connectivity dimension of Egypt's recent national initiative of the government of Egypt, Decent Life, that provides high-speed connectivity to the inhabitants of rural areas. I think these panels also, apart from discussions, are good for knowledge sharing. So over to you, Christine.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you hear me well? Okay, so good afternoon from Cairo. And so sorry I could not be in Poland, but I would like to start by congratulating the government of Poland for a very successful IGF. Also thank the MAG for putting all this together. And so as other speakers have mentioned, and as have you have said, Lisa, it is true that there's been so much effort put into getting connectivity universal, and especially those very few last years of the pandemic efforts have multiplied everywhere to get this existential need, I would say existential need for connectivity there. But we've all seen the last facts and figure report that came out from the ITU, and it shows that we still have 2.9 billion people to be connected. And the numbers that actually I stopped at is that 96% of those still unconnected come from the developing world. So where I actually come from. Also in Africa, the region where I come from, 33% of individuals only are using the internet. So obviously, it seems that stretching this last mile of connectivity, or actually connecting those remaining billions, may prove to be more challenging than the connections we've already made. And this is because we're not just merely connecting or extending connectivity, but we're actually trying to put an ecosystem together, which has to come together in order to provide meaningful access and get those remaining billions online. So I would like to touch upon in my intervention on how we in Egypt are trying to overcome those barriers and create that enabling ecosystem. As you said, the initiative is called the Decent Life Initiative, and it's not just about connectivity. It's a national mega project, which spans a lot across many different dimensions. So addressing the point that we need intergovernmental cooperation on all the different verticals. So the collaboration that Sophie also was talking about. And the initiative has got the highest political support because it was actually endorsed and launched by the president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, in 2019. And it looks at the very deprived communities. It looks at the villages, the very poorest villages of Egypt, and it targets 58% of the Egyptian population, but it will start living in 4,500 villages, but it will start in its first phase with those that have a poverty rate of 70% or higher. So we're actually trying to leapfrog those that are most needed. And when we're leapfrogging this and look at the digital dimension of it, we're not just getting barely any connectivity there. The idea is to put together fiber connectivity or fiber to the home, which is an infrastructure that may not be available in all places in Egypt. But when addressing those most deprived, we're trying to be future oriented, as was mentioned, in order to boost innovation and in order to look at the future and have them come to the online world. So one other thing that we're addressing is how regulations can help get that infrastructure together. So while putting mobile sites for mobile connectivity, there is government funding. So there is public-private partnership, mainly through universal service funding. But the regulatory intervention here is that we're enforcing site sharing, we're enforcing infrastructure sharing in order to, make a viable business case through public and private funding. The third thing that we're doing is that we're also looking at how to stimulate demand. So we're availing digital financial services through post offices, developing those digital postal services in order to have financial inclusion, and then focusing the fourth dimension on capacity building components together with the society or societal civil society. So here we're trying to address, as I was saying, four main challenges. One is how to boost innovation and be future-oriented, and this is leapfrogging with infrastructure, with the highest technology, how to achieve sustainability through intergovernmental cooperation, and how to address funding and the issue of business models, and this is public-private partnership. And the last thing is the union of government and society to develop human capital and fuel innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I will open the floor just for a few questions before we head on. If there are any, please raise your hand if you have any questions. Or I see there is a comment.
Yeah. Marie Noemi says it should be recognized, especially by public authorities, that currently the system is flawed in the sense that telecom operators do not have a fair return on their investments, and that they cannot price the use of their infrastructures appropriately so that telecom have the capacity to invest more. Wonder if the panelists have a comment in response.
If I may, I believe that broadband mapping is exactly for this reason. What we achieve thanks to precise mapping and collection of such data is information necessary to assess potential revenue from investment.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Thank
you.
Sorry.
I was going to say something. Anna, please, you go first, because I was going to refer to Internet para Todos.
No, please, Robert, go ahead. I can go back with my question. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'm Robert Pepper at Meta, and as Anna mentioned, we are one of the partners in the Internet para Todos project in Peru. And one of the things that made that successful, and this goes back to something that Sophie said that's extremely important, policies and regulation in Peru were changed that actually completely changed the incentives for investment. And by separating the rural areas where it's most difficult from the urban areas where there are profits and you can have the competition, the government, the regulators created something called an infrastructure mobile infrastructure. I forgot exactly, Anna, what it is. An infrastructure mobile infrastructure operator, which created the opportunity for a shared wholesale radio access network that any operator can then attach to and use at the edge. And after 20 years of government policy, traditional universal service, satellite phones, all of those things, nothing worked. But by changing the regulatory framework and changing the incentives for private sector investment, it attracted investment that, as Anna said, is now providing service to 12,000 rural communities that had nothing. It wasn't even an upgrade from 2G to 4G. It was nothing to 4G, right, Anna? So that I think goes directly to the question. It's about the incentives and the ability to get a return on investment that, fundamentally fundamental changes in regulation enabled that and attracted investment, not just from the traditional operator, but also from Meta. And by the way, there's no universal service money there to do this.
Interesting, and also showing how much regulation means for investment. Over to you, Anna.
Yes, I agree completely with what Robert mentioned. And also I would like to stress that is the question about investments is critical here. We have to look for models that will attract investments, that bring the legal certainty that operators and investors need to put in place this kind of projects. And regulation is key. Is key as Robert mentioned, the different approach that the regulator took in Peru really facilitate the implementation of this model. And it's not so easy to transfer it to other countries in Latin America. We need this kind of models that allow for innovation, that allow for new ways of addressing the problems in rural areas. And I think that having a regulator, I like this concept that Sophie mentioned before, the regulators as facilitators. I think it's very important, this approach for rural areas, because if we try to transpond the regulation that we have in urban areas to rural areas, we are going to fail in extending the services. Thank you.
I see Sophie has her hand up. Sophie, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. I think we're all, in all our interventions, we covered a number of things. So Lydia mentioned the mapping. So evidence-based decision-making is key. Evidence is key for investment. Then we also mentioned the regulatory tools and investment, and Christine mentioned the infrastructure sharing. And one thing that I think is vital as well is the demand creation. As we collaborate across the sectors and we really foster that demand, we create the demand, we work with government to create the necessary demand, we work with anchor institutions. I think that for operators really provides the incentive to continue investment and innovation. Back to you, Lisa.
Thank you. And demand is certainly an important part too. Now we'll go forward with the theme of technology innovation. So, and using technology and innovation to address some of the global connectivity. And we'll use a specific example of Amazon's Kuiper project. So a short presentation from Julie.
Thanks, Lise. It's just such a pleasure to be here today and see so many friends. It's been a while. At Amazon, we're dedicated to furthering innovation and technology for our customers, partners, and communities. And through Project Kuiper, we're working to help bridge the digital divide, ensuring that broadband services are accessible, reliable, and affordable on a global scale. Kuiper is a constellation of Ka-band satellites in low Earth orbit that will provide high-quality broadband service to tens of millions of unserved and underserved communities around the world. Our initial constellation is 3,236 satellites, which will deploy at 3 altitude and inclination combinations between 590 and 630 kilometers. And we chose those particular altitudes in order to provide low latency service that's similar to fiber, and also to safely deorbit our satellites at the end of their mission life. Our design decisions, combined with inventions like phased array antenna technology and the ability to connect to our global infrastructure like internet exchange points and our customer service centers, will allow us to achieve 3 important goals with Kuiper: the broad geographical coverage, high quality service, and affordable equipment and plans. We're moving very quickly. Just last month, we submitted plans to the FCC to launch and deploy 2 prototype satellites by the 4th quarter of next year on an all-new rocket from ABL. And we continue to expand our capabilities with more than 22,000 square meters of R&D facilities, and we're now beyond 750 employees just working on Project Kuiper. Kuiper's a global service, and we'll need licenses in every country in order to provide that service. Each country is unique in its requirements and timelines. A predictable and enabling regulatory environment with low administrative and financial overhead fosters invention and long-term investment in projects like Kuiper. Ultimately, it minimizes cost to the customer, an important factor in bridging the digital divide. There are 3 essential ingredients for an enabling regulatory environment. The first is spectrum access. In the case of our initial system, that's access to the Ka band, which is already allocated to the fixed satellite service. The second is fair rules for sharing that spectrum that support new entry and competition. And the third is light touch administrative and regulatory processes for license applications and grants. We're betting big on Kuiper. We've committed to investing more than $10 billion to make Kuiper available. It's an incredibly exciting and rewarding project for me personally, having worked at the State Department on bridging the digital divide, a mission that's only risen in importance, and also helping to shape the ITU rules that enable non-geostationary systems at WRC 97 and 2000. So it's a great time to put them to such important use. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. It's certainly a very impressive project, the Kuiper project. And if we look at it, it required, as you're saying, considerable investments by Amazon. And of course, you must have seen a demand for this service. But if I turn to both Lydia and Anna to have some further thoughts, we discussed before how regulation can change the appetite for investment in both ways. But do you think we need, for example, more public-private partnerships in order to reach to the remote areas where the business case is difficult, or is it enough just to change the regulation? If I ask Lydia first, how do you see this?
I totally agree that public-private partnerships are very important, particularly that Polish telecommunication market is very specific. We have one of the cheapest telecommunication services in the European Union, and therefore potential revenues are quite limited. And therefore, first, stable regulatory environment and predictable law help, definitely, and which is also very important in the context of telecommunication market, is a possibility to utilize European funds for investment in telecommunication infrastructure.
Thank you. Anna?
Well, I think that regulation can be key in attracting investments and can be key in making business cases sustainable. And I think that's one of the key issues for us. And that was one of the key challenges for Internet para Todos, because we wanted a sustainable business model. Depending on subsidies from different, either from the Universal Service Fund or from directly from governments, is complex, because if you are not able to develop a sustainable model, once you don't receive that subsidies, the model will not continue, and you will not be able to do the network upgrades and the evolution of the network that you will need. So I think that the relevant thing is that the regulation will help to make this model sustainable, reducing the regulatory burdens, defining specific conditions more favorable for rural areas. To give you an example, Julie mentioned before about the spectrum cost, and I think spectrum for mobile operators is key. And in some countries in Latin America at this moment, the way the spectrum fees are defined really impede that we develop service in rural areas. We have to review this. We have to review all the regulations in general to try to move towards a more innovative approach. We have to put in place these mechanisms to evaluate the regulatory measures and identify which one are contributing to the extension of services and which one are not being successful in the goals of extending services. I think we need to review the approach from the regulatory point of view to facilitate all these models. We have reviewed many different aspects, from competition to a network, to a spectrum assignment, to infrastructure development rules that can be reviewed to adapt to the specific conditions of rural areas.
Thank you, Anna. Over to you, Robert. If you look at the technologies and if we talked about innovation and here we've heard about satellites, there are many technologies that can deliver connectivity. What are your views on what can fundamentally change the network ecosystem from the perspective of Meta?
Thanks, Lisa. Good to see you. Good to see a lot of my friends here, including, I guess, Sam is in the room, at least virtually. So, traditionally, there have been the networking technologies, and for private sector investment, the cost structure and density limited where there would be a business case for deploying the technology. And then there was a gap to reach the lower density areas, the more difficult areas. And that's where traditionally we've had things like, universal service support or other things to close that gap. I think we're at a point now we're really lucky because the new technologies that are coming on to provide broadband connectivity, number one, they're becoming much more robust, much more reliable, and lower cost. And Julie's and Kuiper is really exciting. We've heard for years that satellite broadband, lower cost, low latency was going to be here. It was always 2 years away. It's not 2 years away. It's here, and it's now. That is really significant. On the terrestrial side, we're seeing similar kinds of technology breakthroughs. Look, if you think about it, there's been a major technology trend and a shift going back 40 years, right? It began in the 1980s and 90s, and that shift was from analog to digital, right? And that, as we moved from analog to digital, it lowered the costs. And as it lowered costs, the operators could have a business case to provide service in areas that previously had not been affordable, but now are for sustainable business. And then in the first decade of the 21st century, the big shift was from physical to virtual, or hardware to software, software-defined networks that lowered the cost, that put more features into the cloud, more functionality. So the operators, could do more at lower cost. And we're now at the next stage in this, long technology trend, which is a move towards disaggregated, interoperable technology so that you can get the best of breed at each layer of the stack and lower the costs and create business models, sustainable business models, where previously they didn't exist. The best example of this, trend towards, and the use of disaggregated interoperable technologies, the one that everybody talks about is Open RAN. And, Open RAN, which is the Open Radio Access Network, being able to have plug and play so that any operator can use best of breed at each layer of that stack, and then also connecting back into the core. And in fact, in Internet para Todos, we're using Open RAN, and it's been a breakthrough because the cost of that technology has come down, and that's a great example, by the way, of the shared network. And I remember in English, the regulatory structure that's enabled that investment is called a Rural Mobile Infrastructure Operator, an RMIO. And effectively, it allowed developing a new business model called Network as a Service. And by having the shared wholesale network as the service, you don't need this in urban areas where there's a sustainable model and high density. But when we're getting out to the rural areas, we're now able to provide mobile broadband service where it never existed, and using these lower cost radio access network technologies. The last point is we've worked with Analysys Mason, which many of you know is a world-class consultancy, and they looked at this model of disaggregated technology that is really being developed and promoted by an organization called the Telecom Infra Project. And most of the major mobile operators around the world are all members of that. And, Lisa, at least, your members have all, signed up. There was an MOU for deploying Open RAN, and I think they're all TIP members. But the Analysys Mason looked at the economic impact globally, and then in two special cases, India and Sub-Saharan Africa, on this move towards this disaggregated technology model. And they looked specifically at Open RAN. The base case for Open RAN, which is moderate development, moderate deployment, would contribute to global GDP between now and 2030. It would contribute an additional $285 billion to global GDP. If that deployment is accelerated, and policies like the RMIO in Peru can do that, the accelerated deployment of Open RAN could result in an incremental contribution to GDP by 2030 of $725 billion US. In India, the accelerated deployment case could lead just in India to $129 billion incremental GDP growth. And in Sub-Saharan Africa, it could contribute an additional $135 billion to the GDP across the continent. This is really important. That's why this trend towards disaggregated technologies, lowering the costs and giving the operators a better business model and closing the gap. So there are fewer places that we need interventions, such as traditional universal service and new things. The last thing is public-private partnerships, I think, are extremely important. That's what's going to make it work. But in the past, when we've talked public-private partnership, it's been private sector and government. And we can't forget, especially at the IGF, that is multi-stakeholder, at its roots, it's really a broader partnership. It's public sector, it's private companies, and it's the technical community, and it's local communities, it's NGOs. So the partnership has to be broader based, and that's what we're seeing as well, especially in these rural areas, with things like community networks using some of these disaggregated technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And I find it extremely interesting how technology also, as you're saying, is creating a new business model. So it's in a network that is seen as the business model itself. So it's an interesting shift because of, as you're calling, a network as a service. So very interesting thoughts on the technology side, but nothing, while that initial investment in infrastructure is very important still. So I think we must sustain the investment and keep the revenue streams. So we have talked about investment, we've talked about development, innovation, and new services. So if I am to ask you, Christine, on how do we keep the revenue stream to enable these initial services to scale up, what are your views on this, Christine?
Lisa, here maybe I would like to say that in order to make the business sustainable, if I take examples from Egypt, where there are areas where ARPU is really, really low, and when you go to the telecom operators, they actually don't see why they should be investing here. So of course, one model is the universal service as a tool, or public-private partnerships, and the other model is actually to stimulate the demand. And here as well is where the public sector can actually play a role. So let me bring a real life example from one of our cities, which is in the southern part of Egypt. Southern part of Egypt is an area that is less developed in terms of infrastructure. And here I talk about the city of Aswan. The city of Aswan has 350,000 inhabitants. And the case here is that the digital sector, the government, and the private sector have cooperated with the municipality to build the infrastructure, in that case, mobile towers and extending reach, fiber reach again. But the most important is working on implementing ICT-enabled programs to allow people to access local services through mobile applications. So this was coupled with human capacity development through 3 tracks, which happened actually in Aswan. One was focusing on digital skills development in schools, so targeting the younger generations. The other was qualifying graduates and micro startups by providing them with e-marketing skills and digital transformation programs. And the third was actually eliminating digital illiteracy, which is quite common in those areas and for the different society segments. The result is actually development in Aswan, which we've actually witnessed. It now hosts one of the very first innovation hubs with a fund of 18 million Egyptian pounds, which is something actually I believe very important for the local community because it promotes technology-driven innovation and then it offers incubation for local youth entrepreneurs to start their ICT projects. What does this mean? It means that it has generated demand within the local community to actually use the internet in a very meaningful way. And I think that's important. So the coupling of human capacity development through the municipality, the government, and the private sector, I think is very important to put together the ecosystem.
Thank you, Christine. And I must say, looking at connectivity, it's interesting to see how much it can enable, but also how complex a topic it is in technology and how the stakeholder we need to include, etc. So I'll look to you, Sophie, and ask, in addition to when we look at the business investment, we might consider other drivers of connectivity. So from your perspective, what are the other drivers of connectivities that you see?
So Lisa, I'd like to build on what Christine said and others have said, because we all know that financing universal connectivity is going to be a massively collaborative effort. And Christine, your example is absolutely amazing. So how can we be more creative about devising new models that rely on a combination of that monetary and non-monetary contributions and also that collaboration? Because we've seen significant shifts in the approach to funding universal access. There is still mention of universal service funds, but what I like today is that there's really been that insistent on fostering demand, fostering collaboration. And so we've seen these different developments in the infrastructure sphere, in the public broadband and digitalization funding mindset. So let me throw a few ideas in, whether it's about pooling financial resources, sharing open access infrastructure, leveraging public money to raise private funds. The goal really is to stretch the limited financial and non-financial resources as far as possible. Because Marie-Noémie mentioned, there's a risk for telecom operators. So for anybody investing in the space, it has to be worth the risk. And the fundamental funding policy and regulatory challenge is to make those rural and low-income areas and the marginalized population worth the risk for the private sector and other co-investors. So it's about setting priorities in policy strategies, but also in recovery and stimulus plans. It's about extending the sources of funds and using that combination of the monetary and non-monetary contributions. And it's about making smarter investments, moving away from funding to financing and fostering collaboration, impact investment funds, and building sustainability from the start. So think about co-investing funds, funds of funds, pay or play obligations, non-financial mechanisms that are available to mitigate risk, both on the regulatory and policy incentive side and financing side. Regulatory policy incentives, we mentioned some, but think about dig once, dig smart policies, the regulatory sandboxes to facilitate innovation, and really clear policy and regulatory frameworks that set the tone for the sector. And financing comes along with projects, programs, practices, sustainable business models, thinking of both the demand and the supply side. And so I would want to mention Giga, because connecting every school to the internet by 2030, that's something that ITU and UNICEF have been joined forces on since 2019. So some 3.6, actually it's not 3.6 billion people anymore. There's much less people in the world that do not have access to the internet right now. And we saw the COVID bump, but it means exclusion. So Giga brings the power of meaningful connectivity to fast track young people's access to educational resources and opportunities, but not just the children, the communities as well. So we're looking to equip every child with the digital public goods they need and make them empowered to shape the future they want. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want to do. We want to shape the future and shape future generations. So I just wanted to touch upon that. At the end of October, we hit a massive milestone with 1 million schools mapped across 41 countries. And one of the aspects of Giga is also the financing. So there's the proposal to launch the connectivity bond to provide significant upfront funding needed to accelerate critical infrastructure investments and mobilize those public and private capital. So this is what we really need to talk about. We need to think about USO 2.0 to really bring our hands together to finance this connectivity. Back to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Sophie. And I'll open the floor to see if there are any questions here before we have to close in 4 minutes. I think it has been extremely rich discussions and input from all the panelists, and also a good remark from Marie-Noémie.
We have the question from physical part of the event.
Yeah.
Hello, it's Ucha Satori for the records from Georgia, Georgian IGF. My question is related about the models to solve the challenges of non-connected society of our globe. What do you think about the community networks models? Could be these models useful to solve the problems of non-connected population? Thanks. With support of big telcos.
Thank you for the question. Community networks. Anna, maybe you can give a first go on community networks.
Sure. Thank you. Well, I think that community networks can be a model that can help to extend services in rural areas. The thing that we have to have in mind is that sometimes they don't have the technical knowledge and the financial capability to go beyond just a small village and to extend it into a project that can cover more villages and to extend service to more people. We have seen many of these models in Latin America. Some of them, they are very successful, but to be very honest, I think that models like Internet para Todos have been able to extend services in very large areas of the country and bringing services to a very big amount of people. That doesn't exclude any other model, but we think that these kind of models based also on mobile technologies are better in terms of allowing customers to use devices with low prices and that are available in the market, and in many cases they already have, because they live in areas without coverage, but they move to areas where there is coverage, so they already are using mobile services. We are seeing many cases of community networks in Latin America, but as I say, in general they are small and they are difficult to escalate. But of course there are feasible models, and I think that also they need support from the regulation.
Thank you, Anna. Anyone else wants to chime in? Robert?
Just building on what Anna said, I think that as we've both mentioned, that the places where it's more difficult for the mobile operators to build is shrinking, but they still exist, and so it becomes important to again fill gaps. And one of the things that community networks have done and where they're very, I think, complementary to traditional operators, is help sort of create the market. So it's part of the market creation and the demand creation. And then when, you know, there are more people there connected and using services, then partnering with the mobile operators, really, because what people want is the traditional services with the roaming and other things. So I see these as complementary. I think Internet para Todos with network as a service for the wholesale access can be part of that as well at the edge. And then there are satellite systems and services. Although, you know, in addition to Kuiper, which is will be directly to the consumer, the end user, you know, we've been partnering with other satellite operators to bring the backhaul to a community and then using community Wi-Fi. And so there are a variety of different ways to do this, but I think that they can be very complementary, and community networks really can help create the market. It's a market creation for the more sustainable, more traditional, you know, business models.
Thank you. And I think that was the bell telling us that we're now at the end of our session. I'll very quickly wrap it up. First, thank you to all the panelists and also to Barbara and Timea for helping us preparing this session. It's a great pleasure being here and discussing these very important things. But if we are to look at the discussion today, as I said, it was extremely rich. I think our panel experts has demonstrated that I started with saying in the beginning that not only one factor drives connectivity, we need to have a very holistic approach to this. And we need to have cooperation across the board from operators, investors, and regulators, but also the users and local communities are important. So the multi-stakeholder model in some areas are more important than others. So it's an important part of the model too. But on the other side, we also need, of course, to help generate demand, because connectivity without the demand is not of no use. So we need to have some things that are needed for the population, and skills, the right skills is also extremely important. We need people to know and trust how to use the internet. And we have seen, I think Robert told us, the huge impact it can have on many societies on their GDP. I still think there are challenges and there are some difficulties, and regulators need to have a predictable law, which is key for making business cases attractive to investors. And we also need the regulation to be to help us make a business model sustainable. We saw it with Peru, where it actually helped creating the investment and some new business models. And Open RAN can help us keep costs low for network rollout and contributing massively to GDP growth again. So that said, I have huge confidence in that we are looking at ambitions both from operators and other parts of private companies and the ecosystem who are ready to innovate and have new projects in the future. So the future-oriented approach to regulation we've seen in Egypt, ITU, we have also seen in Poland. Great to hear those case studies. And I see those rules can help us make connectivity and drive connectivity. And I think it was Sophie saying we need to see regulators as facilitators. And I think that's a good way to end this by saying we have a lot of opportunities. We have a lot of stakeholders who are eager to roll out good infrastructure, make the whole world connected. And we need all of us to break down the barriers to connectivity. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks.
Live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Mars Hanna. I am our head of sustainability and climate on the government affairs team at Google, and I have the honor of moderating this discussion today. Thank you so much for joining our session on cutting carbon in the digital world, myth and facts. I'm very pleased to be joined by an esteemed panel of experts who are going to help guide us through this discussion today. Before we introduce them, I do want to flip to our other sponsors, just to say a few words of introduction. So I'll pass it over to Stephen Moore from GSMA and then to Maya from ICC. So Stephen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mars. Hi, everyone. It's great to be with you. My name is Stephen Moore, and I'm responsible for the Climate Action Programme at the GSMA. If you don't know, the GSMA is the Global Industry Association for all mobile network operators and other companies in the mobile ecosystem. So very much looking forward to having this discussion with you today.
Thank you, and to Maya, over to you on the ground there.
Thank you, Mars, and welcome everyone. Quite a thinning crowd here in Katowice towards the end of the week of the IGF, but us with the International Chamber of Commerce, very glad to be here to represent global business. My name is Timea Schutte, as Mars said. I am the lead for digital in ICC's Global Policy Department. And for those of you who don't know, the International Chamber of Commerce is the World Business Organization. We represent around 45 million companies in over 100 countries worldwide, and we act as a de facto focal point for business input into internet governance discussions.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Timea. Well, let's get started, and I'll introduce our panel. We're very excited to have George Camilla here, who leads the International Energy Agency's analysis on energy and climate impacts of digitalization and works on a range of topics, including critical minerals and energy security. We're also joined by Pernilla Bergmark, who is a principal researcher at Ericsson, focused on sustainability impacts of ICT. She's a co-author of the Exponential Roadmap for 1.5 degrees C aligned action, and is also active in the ITU standardization on climate impact assessments. Stephen Moore, who spoke a moment ago, leads the Climate Action Program at GSMA, which, as he said, is the Mobile Industry Association, and his role is to provide leadership to support and accelerate the industry transition to net zero by 2050. And we're also joined by Savannah Goodman, who is an energy technical program manager at Google, where she leads efforts to identify and develop data and software solutions needed to achieve Google's 24/7 carbon-free energy goals. So with that, let's kick it off. We've asked each of our panelists to spend a couple minutes sharing their thoughts on some of the issues around the carbon footprint of the ICT sector, strategies that companies are taking to mitigate their emissions, and then opportunities for the tech sector to play a role in driving decarbonization. So why don't we start with George? Over to you, George. Thank you.
Thanks, Mars, and it's a pleasure to be here. So yeah, I'll try to provide a bit of a scene setter. So here in this chart, you can see the pace of change of digital technologies is much faster than other economic indicators like population, GDP, or electricity use. So the number of internet users has grown by about 10 times over the past 2 decades. Global internet traffic is up about 2,000 times. So logically, it follows that there's a perception that energy and emissions have also grown quickly. So there's this headline in the next slide from Forbes from 1999 predicting that the internet would use half of the US electricity supply by 2010. And in reality, it did increase, but it topped out at closer to 4%. So a far cry from the 50% that was projected. So globally, the picture is quite similar. Here we can see internet traffic growing very rapidly, 17 times over the past decade. Demand for data center services growing by almost 10 times, but data center energy use remaining relatively flat and accounts for about 1% of global electricity use today. Data networks account for just over 1% as well. And we continue to see similar headlines. If you could go back to the Guardian headlines. So we're continuing to see these similar headlines, these very sensational headlines about how the energy consumption of the internet will explode over the next few years. But in reality, we actually don't know. It's unlikely to grow that quickly, but there is also a lack of data to estimate both the current energy use and emissions. These are all estimated, and even more uncertainty when we try to predict future trends. So, if we think about emerging technologies like blockchain, AI, 5G, and how they might grow, and then how much energy they might use into the future, that's a very difficult task. So given this uncertainty, what we can do is implement strong climate policies to make sure that these technologies are as efficient as possible, while also investing in RD&D to develop even more efficient technologies in the future. So in this chart, you can see that global emissions today come from many different sectors and services, from power, industry, transport, buildings, agriculture, land use, and that we actually need to decarbonize all of these sectors to get to net zero by mid-century. And with the limited carbon budget that is available, the digital sector must decarbonize faster than virtually every other sector. And since we face challenges in decarbonizing sectors like heavy industry and long-distance transportation. And the final slide that I have is looking at global energy-related CO2 emission trajectories. So, there's a lot of promise and positive signals coming from countries. So if we think about pre-Paris, we were headed for a significant increase in emissions, but since Paris, there have been a lot of policies implemented, more and more countries committing net zero emissions by 2050. But we're still quite a bit away from net zero emissions by mid-century. So here, digital technologies can not only play a role in reaching net zero as a sector, but perhaps more importantly, applying these digital technologies to enable emission reductions across other sectors so we can get to net zero globally as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Terrific. Thank you so much, George. Pernilla, let's turn to you. Over to you.
Yes, and I think I will basically continue where George ended. So if you take me to the next slide. So as George said, there are a lot of uncertainties when it comes to forecasting especially, but also to look at the current status of the ICT sector footprint. And this is the reason why it's so important to collect real-world data, because these systems are really complex to model. So that is why we in our research have collected data from operators, from manufacturers, and so on, from related to data centers, to get real operational data for life cycle carbon footprint. And then we have seen, much in line with what George showed us, that we have a footprint which is quite stable nowadays at around 1.4% of overall global emissions. That includes data centers, devices, and networks. And the blue curve is the data curve, as George also showed. But what we don't stay at 2020 here, but what we show between 2020 and 25 and moving forward is that as a sector, we need to reduce our emissions. So that is why, and please take me to the next slide. We have worked jointly between the ITU, the UN body for ICT sector, GSMA, GESI, and the Science Based Target Initiative. We worked jointly to develop trajectories which are aligned with the 1.5C development, which is roughly corresponding to a 45% reduction between 2020 and 2030. And the trajectories that you see here, they are sub-trajectories for different subsectors. So ambition level differs a bit between them. And they are something which is a normative scenario, but this is also something which is a possible scenario based on the background work that we did. Very much related to switching to renewable energy, but also to have more energy efficient products also moving forward. Next. To complement this, ITU just recently published a new recommendational standard, which is about how to work towards net zero for the ICT organizations. And then the halving scenario that we saw in the previous picture, that is the first step. That is what we need to do the first decade. Next. So if the previous two standards showed us what we must do, what ambition level we must have, this work by the UNFCCC, the Climate Action Pathways, that is a work that has been led by the climate champions, and it includes different thematic areas, including energy, human settlements, industry, land use, ocean coastal zones, transport and water. And within the industry track, they have looked at both heavy industry and light industry, where ICT and mobile is a part. And there is a 2550 vision and summary, and there is also an action table. And this action table gives concrete guidance for the sector, for policymakers, for the financial sector on how to work together to decarbonize this sector. So this is worth reading, and it gives you at different time scales what needs to be done. And the last one. So, and just to remind you, complementing these more principal suggestions on what to do, it's of course also very important to work jointly to address supply chains, to find ways to work with SMEs and so on. And we are working in this case in the frame of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, where we are developing such work jointly. So that is also an important part of managing to reduce emissions of the sector. So thank you. I'll finalize that.
Thank you so much, Pernilla. That's terrific. Stephen, let's turn to you to tell us a little bit about how the mobile sector is tackling this challenge. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Mars. So yeah, you've heard from George and Pernilla there on the kind of the scale of the problem and the challenges and the kind of policy and recommendations to actually meet them. So what we've been doing in the mobile industry is also first to align our ambition with what's needed. So in terms of the Paris Agreement that agreed to be, you can go to the next slide, agreed to be net zero by 2050 to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees. And that's something that we actually got agreement on from the whole sector through the board of the GSMA, which has the largest mobile network operators sitting on it. We got agreement from them to commit to be net zero on behalf of the whole industry, the whole mobile industry by 2050. And that was actually back in February 2019. And then, as Pernilla mentioned there, we were involved in helping to understand what the pathway would be down to net zero and those carbon reduction targets, particularly over the next 10 years, which are really, really crucial. What we've also been doing with our members is helping them to better understand what their climate impacts are. So you can see some stats there on the left-hand side. So 69% of mobile network operators by connections and 80% of the industry by revenue actually now disclose their climate impacts on an annual basis to the international reporting platform CDP. So that just creates a huge amount of transparency around what the carbon emissions are from the operators and across the sector, what they're doing to reduce them, including their targets, and will show how successful we're being kind of year on year to report back on progress. On the right-hand side, you can see a couple of stats around where we want to get to. And the first one is on science-based targets. So these science-based targets are aligned to the sector pathway that Pernilla mentioned before, the ICT sector pathway. So that is looking to basically halve emissions by around 2030. And that halving in emissions is not just for the own operations of mobile network operators, but actually looks at their whole value chain. So we're looking to reduce emissions across the whole value chain, which basically encompasses the whole sector. we've got about 2/3 of the industry by revenue committed to that, about half by connections. And then quite a few of the industry have actually gone further to that. About a third have committed to be net zero by 2050 or even before. Actually, quite a lot of mobile network operators are now committing to before. So we've got a sizable group committing to do it by 2040. And I think we even have one or two of actually aiming to do it before then. So, I mean, this is really to show the kind of scope and scale of the ambition and how many of the companies across the sector are really, stepping up and saying that we're going to be cutting emissions really rapidly over the next 10 years.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Stephen. It's exciting to see the level of commitment at a sector-wide level to decarbonization. Savannah, let's turn to you to tell us a little bit about how Google in particular is tackling this challenge for its operations.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Mars. If you can go to the next one. So today I wanted to talk about our 24/7 carbon-free energy program. But before we get into a little bit what that means, want to go through very briefly what Google's energy journey has been, because indeed it has been a journey, and we recognize that there's really can be an on-ramp for lots of different organizations and at different levels of contribution, right, to really neutralizing their carbon footprint. So that's where we started with carbon neutrality in 2007. Which means, essentially we purchased enough offsets to and renewable energy to net out our operational emissions to zero. And then in a decade later, in 2017, we were able to match all of our global annual electricity use with renewable energy purchases. And this was, we're really excited, a big achievement. However, we, wanted to really go to the next step and truly eliminate our emissions from electricity. And that's where we get to 24/7. And so at a high level, that basically means that we will eliminate our electricity emissions in every single grid we operate on every single hour of the year. And so, this is really kind of the natural extension of 100% renewable energy by matching the electricity we consume on an hourly basis to carbon-free energy sources. Next slide, please. So just to get a little bit of a visual representation, right, of moving from 100% renewable energy to 24/7 carbon-free, this graph is an example data center based in Iowa. And you can see that the green, which is the carbon-free energy supply, if you sum all of that up, it's actually greater than actually the sum of the black, which is the consumption. And what that means is that even though we, on an annual basis, procure enough to equal to the total consumption for our data center there's still times, during the day, during the year, where we're relying on electricity from the grid, which isn't fully carbon-free yet. And so this is, kind of the crux of the problem that we're trying to solve. And the ultimate goal is that by 2030, for every data center, this graph would be fully green. You wouldn't be able to see any black. And a little bit more on what we mean by carbon-free, because that's a key kind of principle of the 24/7 carbon-free program, is moving from just renewable energy to be more technology inclusive. So that includes, wind, solar, geothermal, biomass in certain cases, nuclear that's on the grid, hydropower, pump storage, and battery storage discharge. And just to give a little bit more detail into how we kind of calculate carbon-free energy, one of the key things to keep in mind is that we consider the carbon-free energy on the grid as well as the energy that we purchase through power purchase agreements. And the reason for that is that the ultimate goal of 24/7 is to really decarbonize the grid. And so we want to make sure that there's alignment between our procurement and the carbon-free electricity that's already on the grid. So you can see this example is also a data center, our Iowa data center. And you can see how on the top graph, that's sort of the carbon-free, the generation mix of the electricity grid in Iowa. And then the bottom graph is once we've actually added in the hourly production profile of our renewable or PPAs there, you can see the increase of CFE score from 32% to 93%, for example. And so it kind of really shows how we get, we're getting closer to that fully 24/7 matching within one data center. And again, we want to do this with every single region that we operate in.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Savannah, and thank you to all our panelists here for very helpful introductory discussions. We got some very helpful context on the industry from both George and Pernilla, and then dove in a little bit on what companies are doing to tackle this issue and decarbonize their own operations from George and from Stephen and Savannah. So I have let's turn to Q&A. I have a number of questions for each of the panelists, and then I want to make sure we do leave time for questions from the audience. So George, why don't we go back to you? You showed some of the headlines that I think we've seen in the media that project eye-popping statistics about what might happen. And very interestingly, that this has been a recurring theme for years. We've seen similar headlines that we're seeing today back decades ago. Can you help us put this in perspective again, and just help us understand what is myth, what is fact, and help us understand sort of the footprint of the sector as a whole?
Yeah, thanks, Mars. So like Pernilla pointed out, and I pointed out earlier, there's a lack of data and a lack of established methodology. So you might see numbers like 1.5% of global GHG, all the way up to even 6% of global GHG. And all these have different scopes. They're covering different types of emissions. They're using different sources of data. They're using different methodologies. Some of them are projecting 10 years, 15 years into the future. So there's no kind of standard other than, well, there's an ITU standard, which is about 1.4%, as Pernilla mentioned. So some of these headlines come from these more sensational projections, but in reality, often these projections are overestimating what is likely to happen in the future because they're typically underestimating the efficiency gains that are possible. So that's one source of error. I think the comparison with aviation emissions is a bit unusual for me because it's a very different sector. The users are very different. There's a paper recently showing that 1% of the global population accounts for half of aviation emissions. So the equality of emissions and users is very different, I think, when we compare the internet versus aviation. And the pathway to decarbonize is also very different. So when we think about decarbonizing aviation, we don't yet have all the technologies we need and the sustainable fuels we need to decarbonize that. In ICT, we certainly, it's a heavily electrified sector. Google and others are making strides to decarbonize the electricity supply. And of course, digital can play a role in reducing aviation emissions. So, for example, if all of us panelists flew to Katowice, we'd probably, be emitting 4 or 5 tons of carbon emissions. So, we have to think about ways to decarbonize not just the digital sector, but also other sectors as well.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you brought up this point of opportunities for decarbonization. I want to continue on that theme, and Pernilla, perhaps we could turn to you, and if you could share any thoughts you have on opportunities you see for the sector as a whole to drive decarbonization, not only reduce its own footprint, but to help other sectors decarbonize. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Okay. Yes, and I think when it comes to that, I think we have barely scratched the surface so far. I think there are a lot of things we could do, both within the sector and as society. I think we should work much more closely with other sectors to understand their challenges when it comes to decarbonization. I think that we should look at the aggregated effects of complementary technologies. And what I mean by that is really that, for many years, ICT sector has said ICT is bringing this enabling effect. And then nowadays you see that AI is bringing this enabling effect, or IoT is bringing this or that effect. And in reality, we have a lot of collaborative technologies, let's say, that need to work together and bring a good output. Then I think if we look, the sector should also prioritize solutions that are addressing the climate crisis. That should be a top priority as I see it. Then I think that if you look at governments, I think they need to integrate much more closely their digitalization plans and their climate plans, because often they are not really connected. I think it's important also to build knowledge, methodologies, and data sets. And what we can see in our research, there have been many estimates on this opportunity, but we can see that methodologies that has been used are quite crude. So this is why we're working now in the frame of ITU to develop methodologies which are giving more credibility in any type of assessments. And I think it's really important for us to provide a good and well-evaluated cases that show real potentials, and also where we get the opportunity to learn from practical experiences. But because what we see is that when you look at data sets around these enabling effects, or risks related to those, we see maybe academia presenting very transparent estimates, but based on simulations. And we see industry presenting other estimates, but from real world, but not always so transparently described. So I think that is something that would help us forward also to realize where there is a potential and magnify that as much as possible, and also suppress negative effects.
Fantastic, thank you. It's interesting to draw some parallels here between some of George's comments around the needs for better data standardization on the emissions estimate side, and then Pernilla, your comments here on the need for clearer methodologies for quantifying enabling effects. Seems to be certainly a clear need for lots more work and standardization across the industry on both the footprint and the handprint side. So let's stick with the handprint side of this and turn to Stephen, and would love if you could tell us a little bit about what opportunities you're seeing for the mobile sector in particular to help act as an enabler to reduce emissions. So over to you, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mars. So we did a piece of research actually a couple of years ago, which we called the enablement effect, which looked to understand at that time what was the level of carbon reduction that was being enabled by mobile technologies across all sectors. And it was quite interesting to see that there are actually some quite significant savings being enabled. So I think the mobile sector as a sort of subsector of the ICT sector is about 0.4% of global emissions. But the emissions savings that it was enabling was about 10 times as big, so about 4%. And that was back, probably 2-3 years ago. And we've seen mobile connected technologies rolled out much more since then. So we thought for COP26, it would be useful if we actually looked to have a better understanding of what the contribution that mobile technologies could make towards the decarbonisation of 4 key sectors where we think that they could play a significant role. And the sectors are the building sector, the energy sector, the transportation sector, and the manufacturing one. And what we found is that, again, digital technologies could make quite a significant contribution. So we sort of took, as Pernilla mentioned, the exponential roadmap says that we have to basically halve emissions over the next 10 years. So we took that as the starting point for what needed to happen in each of those sectors. Then we looked to understand what contribution mobile technologies can make. And we found that they could actually help enable about 40% of the reductions needed. So I just do the maths for you. 40% times 50%, there's about a 20% total contribution there across those 4 sectors. And the types of things that we looked at, none of this is new. So this is stuff that exists, but just could be rolled out much more. So, charging meters that are enabled by mobile technologies to more smartly charge electric vehicles is a as you can imagine, a really big contributor. I think there's only about 0.8% of vehicles on the road that are electric at the moment. Working from home, being able to work remotely, which we've seen massively accelerated, that was actually a really surprisingly big contributor as well. Plus improving things like route and fleet management in the transportation sector. In the other sectors, we saw big opportunities as well around smart manufacturing. Only 1% of factories at the moment use smart connected technology. So there's a huge opportunity there to make them more efficient. Obviously, each factory uses lots of different processes. And then I think the final big one to mention was around the energy sector. So we actually see big opportunities for creating much smarter, better connected grids. So talking to a little of what Savannah mentioned there as well, being better able to match up supply and demand, the storage of renewable energy, and then, distribution when it's needed. So we see there has been massive opportunities using existing technology, but which just could be rolled out much more widely than it is currently over the next 10 years.
Terrific. Thank you so much. It's exciting to hear how many different sectors there's really an opportunity to make a robust dent in emissions reductions. Savannah, let's turn to you. You spoke a little bit earlier about the 24/7 strategy that Google has taken. I'd love it if you could unpack this a little bit more for us. I know it's a complex nomenclature of carbon-free and 100% renewable and 24/7, and it's easy to get confused about what each of these mean. So could you tell us a little bit about how 24/7 compares to some of these other strategies? And particularly things like, what does this mean for cost or difficulty or impact on the grid across these different strategies for emissions mitigation?
Yeah, sure thing. So I think some of the key things, differences, right, between 100% RE and 24/7 CFE are the time matching and then the location matching. And we talked about that a little bit, but I think one thing that being able to make sure that you're procuring energy within your local grid that can actually be delivered right to wherever you're consuming electricity is really important. But there's a little bit more even to that local aspect, right, of getting involved in local policy and regulatory matters with the utilities and the grid operators, and we see that as a really important part beyond just matching right in time and location, is actually really focusing in the local communities that you're consuming electricity. I think one thing with being technology inclusive, which you talked about a little bit as well, that there's lots of research out there to show that to get to a fully decarbonized grid, we're going to have to expand beyond some of the traditional variable renewables. And so 24/7 is really a way to bring up the investment in those technologies and to accelerate the development, similar to how 100% RE programs have done for solar and wind, right? Solar and wind used to be much more expensive, and corporate PPAs actually helped really drive down costs and accelerate adoption. And we see 24/7 as kind of the program to be able to do that for the next set of more firm, clean technologies. So yeah, those are some of kind of the key differences. And in terms of benefits to the grid and maybe challenges, right? There was a study done recently by Princeton University that is really great and kind of goes into a lot of detailed modeling, comparing, procuring 100% renewable energy within a grid still, so it is still a local grid, versus 24/7. And essentially there's a couple kind of key results there, which was 24/7 is much stronger at reducing the CO2 emissions of course, the buyer's electricity, but also actually the system level. It will lead to a greater system level emissions, not just the consumer's own carbon footprint, which is really exciting and kind of the whole point about 24/7. I also mentioned, driving the earlier deployment of advanced carbon-free energies. That's a huge benefit of 24/7 that you don't really get with just 100% RE. And kind of a parallel to that is because you're investing in more new firm technology on the grid, there's also accelerated retirement of fossil fuel capacity. A lot of if 24/7 really helps us move to a paradigm on the grid where we don't actually have to rely on carbon intensive firm generation. And that's really important so that we don't lock ourselves into a carbon, emitting scheme. And that's going to what's really allow us to get to, net zero on the electricity front. But 24/7 can be a bit of a premium compared to 100% RE. But that's part of the reason Google is working, on this and working to develop a broader ecosystem so that we can drive down some of the costs and take advantage of learning rates, just like we've done with the traditional renewables.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And it's helpful to understand how these really compare, because I know this it can be difficult if you just hear the tagline. So it's great to hear. Let's now turn to questions from the audience. We have one in the chat, which I'd like to start with. And Savannah, this is to you about our 24/7 carbon-free energy program. I've seen that you're providing an example of this at a data center. Do you extend or plan to extend this program to other facilities of Google, or really only focus specifically on data centers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yes, our carbon-free energy goal does extend to our core campuses. So we have a lot of campuses across the globe, and we're working. The data center team is working very closely with our real estate team to make sure that we're aligned and we can more efficiently procure carbon-free electricity even together, right? There's some efficiencies of being able to do both. But yeah, while data centers do consume a larger fraction of Alphabet or Google's energy, we do see decarbonizing our full electricity supply is really an important part. So the short answer is yes, facilities are included there.
Great, thank you. So why don't we turn to any live questions we have from the audience on the ground. Timea, could I pass it to you to perhaps see if there's anyone who has a question there?
Thank you, Mars. Looking at the room that has filled up while you all were presenting, would anybody like to ask a question? Mike, please. The microphone is just behind you.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, my name is Michael Ogia. I work for the Sustainable Digital Infrastructure Alliance. And from our point of view, we completely agree with George. Hi, George. Hi, Pernilla. Good to see you. From our point of view, of course, I completely agree with what George said, which was that we need data in order to actually know how to benchmark the industry going forward. And so I really appreciate hearing these interventions and the perspective that you're giving. But actually, I also have a question, particularly for Savannah, but it could also be relevant to Stephen as well, given that you work with a lot of mobile operators. But especially when we're talking about PPAs, they're great in many respects, but unfortunately, because there's no actual cable going, let's say, from a wind park or a solar production, so to a solar farm, to let's say a data center, we don't really actually know if the power that's being purchased is actually green or not, or that it's actually then going to supply, let's say, a data center. So for instance, would Google or would mobile operators, telecom networks, would they actually be willing to, make that data transparent? That way we would actually know then what's, kind of open that black box up a little bit, while also contributing to alleviating a bit of the problem that George has, very rightfully highlighted.
Yeah, sure. I can take that. So, power purchase agreements are one form of transaction that we're looking at. It's traditionally been kind of the default, but just to clarify, we are looking at other kinds of, working with utilities to develop full tariffs so that, what the electricity we're getting, the clean electricity we're procuring is actually deliverable within the sites. I think a lot of this comes down to how you define the regions too. And electron deliverability is, impossible essentially to be able to, flow through, right, exactly where electrons are going through the grid. But what the 24/7 program does is really help define and narrow down, right, what we consider to be a reasonable boundary where we think electricity will be deliverable. And so, for example, we've started with like balancing authorities, but there's a lot of discussions on whether we should be, that we should go down to the market zone, right, within a broader balancing authority. And those are things that we're evaluating and will continue to evaluate and evolve, right, our methodology as we learn more and get more data. And there's there's a big initiative called Energy Tag that's working on granular certificates, or what we call time-based energy attribute certificates, which is really helping to bring more transparency to the claims that we're making on the electricity, where it's being produced, within, what bidding zone is it being produced, what bidding zone is it being canceled against, when exactly was it produced. So that's a big initiative that we're working to definitely increase kind of the transparency and bring more trust and validity, right, to 24/7 and hourly procurement. And there's a lot of other areas too where we're starting to work on advocacy efforts and data standardization efforts to bring more transparency to the grid in general. So for example, we have a partner called Electricity Map who produces hourly grid mix data, and we're working with them to be able to surface more of that data, make it available for the public, and have better global coverage, because that's another issue too, is the data disparity is very different depending on the region. And so we're trying to really, take a global approach there.
If I may, to me, just as a follow-up to that, I would say thank you for that. And of course, I have to really admit that Google has been quite trailblazing when it comes to what's going on, especially in your data centers. And so I definitely say that less as a challenge and more as an invitation to continue to do that. Because if we have someone like Google, or rather something like Google, that's saying, yes, we're going to open this up, we're going to make this available, it will set a standard that I think would continue to push the envelope when it comes to that kind of transparency that's really desperately, critically needed in order to make sure that we can achieve these goals that we've set out, especially in the short amount of time that we have. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We completely agree.
Terrific, thank you. I do want to open it up to any other panelists that might want to comment on this as well, if anyone's interested.
Yeah, I would like to add something. So I think what you're doing at Google with this more dynamic way of looking at this is super interesting and super relevant, of course. I just wanted, to Michael's point, to say that I'm just coming from an ITU-SD5 meeting, and this week we have agreed to have a new work item where we will outline how to set up a global database on emissions of the ICT sector. And actually, I want to oppose George a bit, because there is actually a quite detailed standard on how you do these calculations. But now we want to prepare this description of a database that we hope that the ITU, as a UN body, will start to build up this kind of data set. So I think that would also add to transparency, but maybe less on the dynamic side and more on the more static side. But I think that is also a data set which is really needed. And we know there are a lot of transparent reporting from companies, but it's not so well collected, let's say, and hard to get hold of, or it's very time consuming to get hold of everything.
Maybe Mars, just to add to Pernilla's point there, I started off my introduction by talking about climate disclosure amongst kind of across the industry through the CDP, and there is a huge amount of information there. A lot of it is public and actually does look to go into some of the intricacies of what energy has been bought, the type of renewable energy, whether it's whether it's a REC, a renewable energy certificate, whether it's a PPA, whether it's on site. So I think that's also another potential source of transparency. It's something that, as an organisation, we will be producing an update to our kind of state of the industry and climate action in the first half of next year, and we will be looking to kind of aggregate some of that data and provide some bit more transparency around what's happening across the whole of the sector. So hopefully that will be of some interest to some of the viewers.
Sorry, if I could add just a little bit to that. Yeah, I mean, all these initiatives are excellent, and it's great to see continued progress on the operational side. Of course, as we decarbonize the operations, so data center energy consumption, more attention is going to go towards the supply chain of that hardware that's coming in, of devices that we own and dispose of. So, there's, I think the methodologies that we establish here in the operations can be helpful in understanding and decarbonizing the supply chain as well, which will be, I think, the next challenge ahead.
I wonder if I could call an audible here and actually talk a little bit more about that. Would love to dig in to some of the discussions around value chain. I know, Pernilla, you have been involved through Exponential Roadmap and others in some of the supply chain work. Be very curious to if you could tell us a little bit about how you see that the importance of the supply chain work and value chain work evolving, and what are the strategies to tackle in that sector? It's quite different than some of the others.
Yeah, so I think what we can see is definitely that there is a growing interest in the supply chain and overall value chain, really, and rightfully so. I think both in the net zero and neutrality discussions on how you define this, what you shall include and so on, it's very clear that this is an overall value chain perspective for companies, and that we can see that maybe consequently then in our customers' request, which is growing when it comes to their embodied emissions. As Ericsson, we have reported scope 1, 2, and 3 for many years, even before it can become so common. And we see from our LCA studies that the absolute majority of our emissions actually occur for products in operation. So we sell base stations, that's our main product, and they are on 24/7 like a data center. So we have had for quite some time SPGs, both for our own operation, and we have reduced by 70% since 2016, and for products in operation. So that is very important because that's how we can help our customers to have a higher energy performance. But more recently, we have started to focus also on the supply chain, and that is less substantial than the downstream for us, but it's much bigger than our own emissions, although we are present in the majority of the countries of the world. But we see there is a balance, of course, as George mentioned. So I think it's important to point out again, when customers, operators go more renewable, of course, the relative importance of embodied emissions increase. And we also know that supply chain is very much related to the use of electricity for suppliers. So we think it's very important to work with other companies, with and within or outside, I should say, of our sector, and also to work with policymakers, as I think Savannah mentioned, because it has very much to do with access to renewable electricity. And that's why we work within the frame of the 1.5C supply chain leaders, where we are with companies like BT and so on, but also with Unilever and other companies in completely different sectors, and work to develop what we call the 1.5C supplier engagement guideline, which helps us to tackle based on practical experience to tackle the different challenges in relation to how you address your supply chain.
Great, thank you very much. Let's go back to the group live on the ground there, and Timea, can I pass it back to you if there's other live questions?
Sure. Anyone willing to take the floor? I know Mike has a second question. If not, please go ahead.
Hi again, everyone. Sorry, Michael Ogia. Sorry, I have a lot to say because I've been working very passionately on this topic since 2016. It's something I really care about. And George, to be very frank, I used to be one of those people that was like, oh no, the data growth, how are we going to deal with the energy use and whatnot? And I have since become a lot more conservative about that, in part because of the IEA's work. And to me, I really want to kind of support something that Pernilla was talking about, especially, and I'm really appreciate that, Marsden, that you took the conversation that way. I don't think that energy use, as much as it's important and decarbonizing the sector is important, I think that material use is a much bigger problem going forward than actually thinking about the energy itself. Especially, I guess this is a good question for George, because of all the work that you've done with critical minerals. And how do you see the future of the ICT sector in terms of the amount of minerals that we're using, the amount of production that's happening, with the amount of servers that we're creating? How can we then also change the narrative a bit to make sure that we're addressing ICT sustainability from a little bit more holistic way, as opposed to just focusing on the energy use?
Thanks. Yeah. No, really, really great point. And, I try to highlight, the progress on the energy efficiency side, renewables procurement, but also the challenge that lies ahead around if we assess at the life cycle level, especially if looking at minerals. So, at the IEA, we published a report looking at critical minerals in broader clean energy transitions. And so currently EV batteries, for example, account for about half of kind of battery mineral requirements, with ICT obviously in consumer electronics a big share. But in the future, if we are to see the huge growth that we need in electric vehicles across cars, trucks, buses, the energy sector actually will be a dominant player in material use. So certainly any lessons that are learned in the ICT sector around recycling, reuse, around these critical minerals will be very important as we need those clean energy technologies that will rely on metals and minerals that we either need to mine from the ground or need to recycle in a sustainable manner.
Terrific. Thank you, George. I have one more question. I want to go back to some of the themes around energy efficiency that I know, George, you brought up, particularly on the data center side. And Stephen, I wanted to ask you on the mobile operator side, if you could help us understand some of the trends around efficiency, thinking really specifically around this very unique time in history with this nearly 2-year period of COVID-19, when all of a sudden hundreds of millions of people began suddenly working from home, and the use of the ICT sector exploded. Can you help us understand how that impacted energy and emissions, and what, if any, sort of energy efficiency models or trends you saw over the last couple of years?
Yeah, sure. We did actually reach out. So it was earlier last year, so just towards the end of kind of the first lockdown that we had. So we reached out to some of the operators in the task force, particularly those actually across Europe, because there were fairly similar lockdowns happening at fairly similar stages across Europe, to ask European operators what they were seeing. Were they seeing a sudden spike in energy consumption? Had it affected their carbon emissions? And because quite a lot of the European network operators, they have, a lot of our members have mobile networks. We also have fixed line networks as well. And they've just seen perhaps a bit of a shift. So obviously there was less commuting use of mobile networks, and there was some more fixed line at home. But then there was also maybe some more mobile network use at home, where for those who didn't have fixed line and would have normally used their fixed line connection in their office. So it was a bit more of a shifting geographical pattern. There was, certainly a bit more of an increase in data traffic because we were all stuck at home and basically watching Netflix. So there was a lot more of that going on. But what they found was, because these peaks and troughs are built in to the way that networks are designed, and you can't have a data center fall over because everyone suddenly wants to stream the latest movie on Netflix. So they found that actually there was pretty negligible change in energy use over that period. I think, if anything, it was maybe less than 1%. As I say, because the actual structure is designed so that the energy use is actually fairly constant, regardless of what the data traffic is going across it. Now, that's not to say that that's how it's going to be necessarily going forward. And we know that, for example, 5G technology is much more dynamic. and we're going to be able to use artificial intelligence, for example, to be able to monitor when there are likely to be peaks and troughs in data traffic, and then actually even ramp up or shut down part of masts correspondingly. So maybe like 3 a.m. in the morning, not very many people on their phone, you can actually maybe close down maybe 2/3, 3/4 of a mast because it doesn't need to be acting at such a high level. So we definitely see those kind of dynamic efficiencies that can happen going forward. And is one of the reasons why actually, although we're going to have to, coming back to the point that was raised about the embodied emissions of equipment, that is something we're having to consider as we roll out 5G masts, and is really important. At the same time, 5G is much more efficient at moving data around. It uses much less energy to move a byte of data around. So again, these are the things that the science-based targets that a lot of these companies have signed up to, they're having to evaluate all of this because they've got to look at the operational energy emissions, but also the emissions that are coming from the stuff that they buy up into their supply chain.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's do one final question, and then I want to ask each panelist to just give us one moment of closing thoughts. But before we do that, Savannah, I just want to come back to you on the 24/7 strategy, and just ask if you could tell us what you see as the biggest challenges to adopting a 24/7 strategy, and what companies can do to help remove barriers to taking up one of these goals.
Yeah, sure. So I think we've talked a lot about data, data transparency and lack of data. So that's one area, and I think we've talked about that a lot. But some of the other challenges are 24/7 is complex, right? You're going to need, once you have all that data, it's a lot more data, and you're now needing to really understand on an hourly basis what your profile looks. And I think thinking beyond, right, the traditional PPA for organizations is definitely something that will need to be done. Luckily, we've started to work with partners like AES and Angie to develop these products that are, flat, like 20%, for example, 90% carbon-free energy supply, and then AES will go out and procure the portfolio. So we kind of have this energy manager approach, right? And that can help simplify, right, for buyers by having this sort of intermediary who can deal with some of those complexities. And so, one of the things that we want to do is continue to develop products like that. Another example is we've worked with a company called Fervo to do a geothermal pilot. And again, that's advancing that new technology development. And so part of it is really just like getting involved in 24/7 and growing the ecosystem. So SE for All, for example, has organized a 24/7 compact. There's a website, Go Carbon Free 24/7, if you're interested in learning more and participating. And I think that's like a really great way to start getting involved. There's a lot of different folks who've already signed on to the compact, from buyers, suppliers, regulators, utilities, cities, right? So it's really about bringing the ecosystem together so that we can work on developing new products, new market systems, bringing more data transparency, all of these things we've talked about, and really surfacing them. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Savannah. So this has been a very exciting session, and thank you so much to our panelists. It's been very helpful to hear some of these themes particularly around the need for improved data transparency and better estimation methodologies on both the footprint and the handprint side. Lots of opportunities that we all see that we just talked about today to decarbonize both electricity supply through strategies like 24/7, and then the need to get to work as well on supply chains and the value chain, and then many opportunities to decarbonize other industries by deploying mobile technology, by deploying ICT technology. So very interesting discussion. I want to ask if we could just close by having each panelist maybe just give us 30 seconds on what you are most optimistic about heading into 2022 for the role of the tech sector, the ICT sector in tackling climate. So let's go George, Pernilla, Stephen, Savannah. So George, over to you.
Thanks, Mars. I would say it's the people in tech that are, I think, increasingly interested and engaged in climate change and sustainability. That's quite promising. Data scientists, AI practitioners are they're thinking of, or they're learning more about the energy system, transport systems, and how they can apply their skills to reduce emissions in all these other sectors. And I really, it's really, I guess, yeah, I feel a lot of hope around that because they have all these skills. And we need those skills in decarbonizing all these other sectors. So, yeah.
Great, Pernilla.
Okay, so I think I go a bit in the same direction. So I'm optimistic about the increasing awareness and also that there is really a positive competition when it comes to the race to zero among top runners. But I think there is an obvious risk also, if I may include that we get a bit of a young boys football. Everyone is very enthusiastic, but maybe not so organized. And there is also a risk for greenwashing and greenwashing. And then, of course, we need to find ways to scale beyond the usual suspects that we see in this type of events. So yeah, we need to broaden, but the direction is definitely positive.
Terrific. Stephen.
Yeah, I'd kind of echo the points that Pernilla and George have made and say that from what we're seeing across the kind of telco sector is incredible appetite for collaboration on these issues. We have more than 50 companies now part of the task force, climate action task force, and the projects that we're working on continue to expand. So we've got projects looking at energy efficiency. We're going to start a renewables project. We've got something looking at the circular economy of network equipment, another one looking at circular economy of devices. We continue to champion climate disclosure and setting science-based targets. And I'm sure there'll be other things that we'll be working together on next year. So it's just, I'm always very grateful for the fact that effectively competitors coming together and winning to talk about these issues and work together to solve them. Yeah.
Terrific. Savannah.
Yeah, and maybe just to expand on that, I think that's what's really exciting to me is seeing all these different, who might be competitors within their own industry come together. We've seen a lot of folks in the data center org really taking 24/7 goals seriously. And on that note, the US federal government just announced a 24/7 carbon-free electricity goal yesterday. And so, it's just showing the influence, right, that the ICT sector can have on the broader globe, the broader organizations. So I think there's a lot of momentum there. And that gives me a lot of optimism looking forward.
Wonderful. Well, please, everyone, join me in thanking all of our panelists for this exciting discussion. And good luck to everyone on the ground in Katowice with the rest of the conference. And thank you all so much.